welcome everybody to the Onward Season 11 Championships. It is the grand finals. Well, not quite, but it is almost the grand finals. I am joined with a host of excellent hosts. To my right, I have Trip. Trip, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How about you guys?
I am very excited for the matchups, obviously. Kesney, how are you feeling today?
I am stoked for what's going to happen today. Excited to be here.
Yes, indeed. Sky, how are you doing?
Honestly, I don't think I've left the edge of my seat since yesterday, and I feel like I'm going to live here all day today.
Yeah, I think that is a pretty good assumption. For those that maybe are tuning in and don't know what this is, it is the Season 11 Championships of Onward. Onward is a VR military simulator. There is over 14,000 USD in prize pool with over 10,000 in cash coming from a host of very incredible sponsors: B Haptics, ProTube VR, Rebuff Reality, VRware, Cybershoes, VR Cover, HyperX, Downpour Interactive, the developers of Onward, and VRML, the host of this league. It has been 15 weeks of regular season play to get here, and it has been a long road that we have climbed. With over 5,000 for first place, these teams are hunting for a good bit of prizing. And I'm going to go to one of our analysts on the desk to talk a bit about the Challenger Cup because he had an opportunity to participate in it. But it has been a long road for some of these teams to get here. I guess for not for any of the teams that we have here in the finals, but for us to get here finally. This postseason has been incredible. And Trip, you got to play in the Challenger Cup where we got to see teams ranked 8th and below compete in our league, and it was super competitive.
It lived up to its name. It was absolutely a wild card. I don't think we've seen this great of Onward action. I mean, we keep saying it every year, or every season, but it just keeps getting better and better. And this year did not disappoint. It has been better than anything we've seen before. All the way from the bottom to the top in that Challenger Cup, everybody was competitive. There was not a single blowout.
Yep.
It was hard fought matches all the way through.
Yeah, Kai ending up being our Challenger Cup finalist. They moved on to round robin Group B, where they faced off against some serious competition, the likes of which they were not able to overcome. Beginners and Peacekeepers coming out of round robin Group B, and Raptors and Vikings coming out of round robin Group A. And it takes us to a pretty dang crazy couple of games yesterday. We're going to run the highlight reel from those matches, but that was, I mean, I said it in a tweet, I said it in Discord, some of the best Onward I've ever watched in postseason. It was incredibly competitive. 3 threes for our first 2 maps of the day. Huge clutches coming in. One of my favorites was the double kill from Soldiers, or the triple actually. I think he ended up getting 3 to win that play on the bottom. And I mean, Sky, we were watching, we were casting. What did you think of that first few match? I mean, the Raptors Vikings set was incredible.
Yes, it was. And the way that these teams have driven their way to the top and challenged these seats is just absolutely amazing, especially Raptors being new. Yep. Vikings, not necessarily new, but a couple new on the roster. Couple changes there, so they are not the seasoned old team that they used to be, and it's just been incredible to watch the way they've done things now.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the replays, they had very solid defensive setups. You know, they made it very tough for this Raptors team to get W's against them. Granted, they did win 2 maps, which got them that series. So Raptors won 4-3, 4-3. But that was, I mean, we came down to 3-3 for both of those maps. Kesney, you were, you know, I know you were sitting on the sidelines watching. What did you I mean, what were your thoughts? What were your impressions watching these teams duke it out?
You know, one of my probably most exciting pieces about watching both of these games is watching the transition. If you go even into last season, the transition of this kind of new meta, new positions, and being out of position a little bit, playing and being strong in those pieces. I think that the lines that were chosen and held across the board They paid out dividends, and it was a big risk-reward game that was played both days. And when things went sideways, I mean, you kind of think some of like the long rotations going back around for a hard flank around the outside, and a Raptor stands out, and kind of being willing to take risks with everything on the line,
Yeah.
I think is kind of the name of the game here for this semis. And in some cases, it's paid off huge.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some serious play come in from the likes of Vikings. I mean, they nearly had a cap on Suburbia. They nearly got up into that top floor and punched in the code. If you remember the chaos that was there, Paz swinging around, getting shots, it was insane. I think that was from the group stage, though. But I mean, regardless, it was this whole weekend has been filled with incredible plays so far, and it leads us to where we're going to be heading for our first set of games today, which is going to be Peacekeepers versus Vikings. And, we got to talk a bit about Peacekeepers and how they played against Beginners yesterday. We talked about Vikings squaring up with Raptors, but Vikings took the first map from Beginners yesterday. Trip, I mean, the impression was that Beginners were, I mean, I guess on the analyst desk, we had a lot of people that thinking they weren't going to advance. And so after losing that first map, there was some serious pressure on Beginners' shoulders.
Yeah. We also know that Beginners don't fold to pressure.
Correct.
That's not something that affects them ever. But the teams coming up today, like we're gonna see people that can absolutely take down Beginners. Whether or not they do today or not is a different story, but the skill level is there. These teams are good. They're all matched up well, and I'm excited. I don't know what to expect. I literally think this is going to be another up-in-the-air match the whole way through.
Yeah, I think we're in for some 3-3s. The first match of the day is going to be a best of 3, and so we are going to have that same format that we had yesterday. And also, I guess one thing that will be different is that we do have giveaways coming in. One thing I wanted to mention that I almost forgot to, but we'll get it out here in the pre-show and also throughout the cast. We are giving away HyperX Cloud 2 headsets through Twitch chat. So if you are participating and hanging out in Twitch and you want to get your hands on some potential free merch from HyperX, there you go. Be sure to register in those giveaways. We have 3 headsets we'll be giving away throughout the course of today. So, if you miss out on an opportunity for one, be sure to get in on the others. I don't know when those will be happening, but we'll try and shout them out when we see them. Although we are on a delay, so it'll be tough. But just pay attention to chat, keep your eyes out, and we will also do our best to notify folks. But those will be given away. So shout out to HyperX for that. We do appreciate that opportunity. And now that I've gotten that out of the way, let's go back to our matchup that we're going to start with here: Peacekeepers and Vikings. Peacekeepers being able to beat Beginners, Vikings not able to beat Raptors. Kesney, I mean, we talked a lot about momentum and pressure. Do you think that Peacekeepers actually have an advantage here because they were actually able to take a map from Beginners yesterday?
I think that it's I think the other way around, but I think Vikings, really.
Yes,
I think
Vikings,
they're coming.
sorry. I was gonna-
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think Vikings are going to come out guns blazing. I think there's a couple of changes and shifts that we really need to see from yesterday coming in today to kind of really push them forward as fast as they can. But I mean, I think of some of the moments from yesterday. Thrawn comes to mind with coming through and taking out 4 people in one round, almost taking out a 5th, and instead going for a cap. And that was in upper center house in Burbia. I mean, I think they're coming out and they're looking really good. But it can be a little wavy, and so assuming they can kind of ride that wave out, I think they'll be a heavy contender coming here into the bronze match, if you will. But Peacekeepers are no slouch. They played really well yesterday.
Yeah, I think in addition to the pressure of the prestige of being third, there is a significant price difference in winning today or losing today for these teams. There is 900 for 4th place and 1,600 for 3rd. So you're almost doubling your cash prize from if you can win here in this third place round, which is something that you never really have an opportunity to compete for in the regular season. There's never cash on the line for a win or a loss in a series until you get to this stage. And so that pressure is definitely going to be an element that we're going to have to factor in when we watch these teams. And I mean, it's going to be a very exciting day today. And, you know, I guess to kind of dig into the stats, we can go to our eye in the sky, so to speak, at least in our analyst desk, and question Theta on what he thinks we're going to see here today out of Peacekeepers and Vikings.
Well, it's an interesting matchup because both of them are, I think you could call them the more volatile teams in their respective divisions. Peacekeepers and Vikings both. They love to throw out plays people are not expecting. Very unorthodox play styles they both enjoy and are good at close quarters. So I think what we'll probably see is, and of course now that I've said this, they're going to pick like Downfall or something, but I think we're probably going to see smaller maps. We're probably going to see a lot of utility getting thrown and some spicy, probably cap-oriented offensive plays, if I were to guess.
Yeah, it's we saw some really good utility usage come in yesterday. I think just off the top of my head, the final play coming in from beginners, the flash up over the top for the kill. We've seen a lot of conservative utility usage, really, where they're being extra cautious on these peaks. I feel like that would have been a moment where a player would have just swung that box corner and gone for the one-on-one trade, but instead the extra caution with utility is there. One thing we talked a lot about in the pre-show yesterday was that we were going to see a lot of caps come in, and we saw very few. I mean, Theta, do you think that the pressure is an element there, or is it because we're back to a best of three?
Well, I think there's a few different reasons, but the big ones are that number one, there's a lot more on the line, so people just tend to play more conservatively. And number two, you're going to see less of that kind of out in the open, crazy, volatile play on defense because people just don't want to get capped on. The risk and reward for caps, like if you can get a cap in one of these, it's a huge deal, and everybody knows that. So they're likely not going to send people on deep flanks, for example, on defense, which means there's just going to be fewer openings for that, even if they are trying their hardest to do that.
Yeah, it's I love the postseason because we get this true test, you know, where it is unique in some ways, but it is back to what they're used to. It's back to a familiar place. And we want to talk about coming back to a familiar place. Custom maps are out for this postseason. They have been something that we have been using and rotating throughout the course of the regular season, but there has been a recent technical issue, and so there's no custom maps that are going to be played here today in the finals or the bronze matchup. Trip, I mean, we talked about how it's going to impact teams. It's certainly going to impact Peacekeepers. They are a team that likes those custom maps, and they're not an option now.
Yeah, not having those custom maps available, that's a huge change, especially because you've been doing all season trying to learn those maps, probably spending less time on the maps that you're comfortable with because you're comfortable with them. They've been played for 8 seasons now, or 9 seasons, whatever. And you know, like why spend time on that when you know you're going to have to play a custom map at some point, and you expected it to be played in the final, so therefore you need to be good at it. You need to spend more time on it. And then it just getting yanked away in like the last week, it really throws it. I mean, it lets us see who can adjust and adapt the best. Who doesn't lose that mentality of like, oh, we're like, here's how we play Bazaar. We have only played it once all season, but we still know how to play it. Or maybe if you look at the stats, I haven't, but maybe if you look, some teams haven't played some of these maps at all this season because of the availability of customs. And so our team's going to look at that and be like, this is what we're going to play because they just can't play it or they haven't played it.
Yeah, I mean, Esney, you've been digging into the stats a little bit. I mean, we talked about it yesterday, too. Peacekeepers are powerful on these custom maps.
Absolutely. So, I mean, you kind of look at some of them, and getting back to Trip's point, I mean, you kind of look at USS Quest would be a great example for Peacekeepers. They're rocking, it's about a 75% win rate, over 40 rounds played on that map. Where in contrast, you have Vikings for USS Quest. They played 12, and they have literally a 0% win rate for them. It would be an almost immediate ban coming in from Vikings side into Peacekeepers. However, since the bug took out these custom maps, and that's just one that's off the table now. So they have to go back into those traditional map pools, if you will. So I do feel a little bit for Peacekeepers on this, but I mean, that's kind of the way the dice rolls as well, and that's kind of the excitement of the postseason, is that, you know, little curveballs like this happen.
Yeah, it's it's the theme. I guess it's staying true to the theme of season 11, right? We've been throwing curveballs at people. We've been rotating the map pool. We've been changed. The meta got changed with the introduction of smokes, the removal of shields, some big elements that we've seen in the past and in the finals, not here for season 11. And so, super excited to watch again both of these teams duke it out. We will be talking more about beginners and Raptors after this matchup. We will have another quick pre-show where you'll see our lovely mugs yet again for a couple of minutes. We'll talk about those squads, and then we will get in to the championship matchup, beginners and Vikings. All of that is going to happen here on this channel today. The championship match, best of 5. There is a long day of Onward ahead of us. I am super stoked to get into the action. And before we can, I got to get the all-important question out there to everyone on the desk. Trip, for our bronze matchup today, who do you think is going to win?
Oh, Peacekeepers.
Okay. You just threw it out there. You just had to shoot your guess out of your body. I get it. Kesney, who are you going with?
I saw a lot of cool things from both of these teams yesterday. Yeah. I'm thinking, there were some great lines that are held by a number of individuals on Peacekeepers. I mean, I'm thinking a couple of lines I saw specifically from Captain Soda. Seaquick had some really great flanks in there. Vikings had a lot of really great things going on yesterday. Thrawn, of course, doing a great job. Shadow Warrior holding down a push on his own. I think my guess is going to be Vikings, because I think that they're going to come back out of it, and I think if they just make a couple little tweaks, I think they could carry this away. I'm going to go with Vikings.
Okay. Interesting. Sky, who are you going with here for our bronze matchup today?
So as it was touched on, both teams are living in the off meta and doing things that other teams do not. And they're both pretty wild cardy in the way they do things, but I think I've got to give this one to Peacekeepers. I think their style of play, their heavy man pushes and their flanks, I don't think Vikings are going to be fully ready based on what I saw they pull against beginners yesterday. Okay. I think it's going to be a very different matchup here.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to lean towards Peacekeepers. I think the momentum from doing well against beginners yesterday could definitely carry them into some victories here against Vikings today. Vikings are definitely going to have to bring it, and they did against Raptors. Played super well. Or Peacekeepers. Yes, Peacekeepers played Raptors. Yeah. Raptors did play Vikings in the pre. I've cast so much the last week. I'm sorry, I can't remember my matchups. But again, I'm just looking forward to our Peacekeepers Vikings matchup, and I am going to go with Peacekeepers. I think they're going to be able to come out on top here today. All right. Well, we're almost to the action, so we are going to cut to a brief intermission. Should be 5 or 10 minutes, and then we will get into the all-important bronze matchup, that high-octane competition for the prize money on the line. Cannot wait for it, but that'll be coming in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We are here for our first matchup of the day, our bronze matchup. It is Peacekeepers versus Vikings competing for third place. My name's Nightfire with 2 E's. I'm joined by my co-caster Theta with just 1. Theta, how are you doing today?
I am fantastic. Thanks for asking.
We are in for a treat. It should be a high-octane matchup that I am looking forward to, and we got to fly right into our pick bands, Theta. We got to start talking about what we're going to be seeing here today, because both these teams are almost readied up in lobby, and our bands are interesting. Suburbia and Cargo both off the plate for for this third place matchup, and it leaves us with a lot of range. And you can see there on your screen that map 1 is going to be Snow Peak. And so, Theta, I mean, give me your thoughts on everything that we're seeing here, the bands and our first map of the day.
It is interesting. So I think if you look at the bans for, let's say, Peacekeepers, Suburbia, yeah, it's one of their best maps. They have a 67% win rate, so I'm assuming that was just like they don't want to deal with Vikings there, because like they did fairly well against beginners on Suburbia yesterday. Probably just don't want to play into their strengths. And then the ban on Cargo, they're banning Peacekeepers' absolute best map. They have a 75% win rate on Cargo, so I'm assuming they just don't want to give them an opportunity to potentially take a map off of them, since they're so well practiced at that.
Yeah, it is Snow Peak's interesting in that there's no real guarantee in what you get, right? It's that diversity in the short and long range that this map really brings that I think is unique amongst a lot of maps that we consider long range. And so it's an interesting pick to kind of start with, and it feels like it's a little risky to me, Theta, because you don't really know what you're going to get. You don't really have any assurance in are you going to get a close quarters objective or a long range one, and is that just a confidence in every objective regardless?
It could be. It's a little bit of a dice roll, because like you said, you might end up with a really close quarters objective like the one we're starting with, which I personally refer to as the kill box, which is the northeast shed building, in case you're not familiar with it. This is an incredibly close quarters objective. Yes, you can kind of extend things out around the objective, but by and large, most of the action happens within the kill box. And that's going to be the case potentially if they get the tunnel objective too. They might end up with nothing but close quarters objectives, and that does not. I would argue Peacekeepers tend to be a better long range team, so that's a bit of a gamble for them, and this is already not quite paying off for them.
Yeah, it is going to be an exciting start for sure to this first map of the day, and especially with this being our first round. The kill box is always insanely fun to spectate, and it is a good test of teamwork. To win this objective, you have to kind of hit all of the entryways in coordination. You have to draw everyone's attention to different spaces, and then eventually win one of those trades. And so it is really a test of setting it all up and then executing on your setup. And it's one of the more, I think, fun reasons, or one of the reasons I like watching this map, is because of that bit of expert bit of coordination it requires to really successfully play. And at the same time, there is a lot of defensive variety. I don't know, this is going to be a great one to see. Do we get some crazy defensive setups? Do we have Vikings throw out some aggressive early look for picks? I mean, it can happen, right? You can dump one into the north or right out the front door and be challenging the spawn of Marsoc right away if you're lucky.
And this is sort of the meta game around these championship matches is, do you play more conservatively because there's more on the line?
Yeah.
And potentially make yourself more predictable? Or do you throw out something that's a little riskier but could potentially surprise the other team enough that you could take rounds away from them? And it really just depends on the emotional state of the teams and their own personal attitudes about competition.
Yeah.
That's what's so interesting about this matchup, though, is both of those teams that we have on the board today are teams that throughout the season have shown a willingness to play wild card plays. Yeah. So I'm hoping that both of them don't just lock down and play conservatively. I would understand if they did, but I'm just hoping from a spectator's perspective that they don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's what kind of competitive player are you? You know, Vikings are a team that can play aggressive. They have done it, you know, and Peacekeepers could certainly get caught off guard. To that point, I guess we didn't talk much about it, Theta, but both Peacekeepers and Vikings have played together a lot in the past. I mean, these are seasoned. This is a seasoned sort of rivalries. That's what I was looking for. That we're going to be seeing here today. And I mean, I don't know if it's going to be really. Is there going to be an opportunity to surprise an opponent that you played so many times?
I think there's always just going to be that potential because of the way that they play. And these are both teams that like to come up with spicy new plays that people haven't seen before, new spots, that sort of thing. But as I'm speaking, they are running the round, so let's get into this.
Diving into the action, we've stalled enough, Theta. Round number 1 of map 1 begins. Vikings on the defense. See their roster the same as it was yesterday. Shadow Warrior, Noctum, Thrywan, Caltrop, and Embo. And over on Peacekeepers, we have Nardu, Captain Soda, Rushers, Virus, and Seaquick. Let's see what this spawn. I mean, look at this. Yeah, Thrywan is popping out, pre-firing early, hoping to catch anyone on that lake spawn, but it is there's not going to find anything. It is a indoor spawn for this Peacekeepers team.
Yeah, and already Shadow Warrior way outside of the kill box. Pretty unorthodox spot. Oh, and Embo catches Captain Soda in the tunnels.
Yeah, speaking of unorthodox, way out there. Shadow Warrior also swinging in from the lake, catches one on the back, and Virus is now pinched between 2 defenders. Peacekeepers have been cut down to just 2. Seaquick is charging forward to this north side, catches one out, and we're into a battle between Virus and Shadow Warrior, and again, he's pinched with Embo on his other side. He knows this, but look at how weak the on-objective defense is, Theta.
And we just hit, well, we're about to hit the 1 minute mark, and already this is what we're seeing. I think this is a good bit of foreboding of what we're in for the rest of the day.
I mean, that's the...
Oh, yeah. And Seaquick, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but Seaquick's right around the corner from Shadow Warrior. Oh, I think he's going to see him. I think he's got a beat on him. There it is. And now down to 3v2.
He was there.
Favor of Vikings.
Yeah, that helps Virus out a lot, because now he doesn't have to push into Embo. He can rotate back around. He's not pinched between 2 defenders and take his time on this next setup. But Seaquick has to wait. He has to wait for Embo to get here, because if he does try and push in a 1v3, it's not going to be an easy entry.
And he just attempted an M203 shot. Not too far off from Caltrop. Caltrop had been just a little bit to the left. He might have been tagged by that, but instead the explosion happens harmlessly against those boxes. Now Seaquick is apparently looting, and he has picked up a PKM.
Huh. And one of the beautiful things of virtual reality is the freedom that you get in this kind of game. And swap mags, toss nades to each other. You can do it in other games, but it does not look like this. It isn't a hand-to-hand interaction. Seaquick's picked up an enemy's PKM off of the floor, grabbed his ammo if he could, and is now just going to dump suppressive fire into this doorway, I presume, while him and Virus try and make their entry. Oh, Caltrop actually might be getting aggressive. Flashes out the door and catches Seaquick. Swings for Virus and can't find it. Gets the confirm onto Seaquick, so no res available. And now Virus is trapped on a corner in a 1v3.
Man, the timing on those flashes was just brutal, because Seaquick threw his in, and then he had a moment to get in, but Caltrop threw it at just the right second to blind him, and you could tell he had to back off right as he was charging in, as he was blinded. And now Virus in a tough spot. I will say this is one objective, especially this much time on the clock. You can just kind of bounce back and forth around the exits a little bit and just try and get a pick, move, try to get another one, and then narrow it down to maybe a 1v1 if you're lucky. And Virus is trying to draw some attention. Looks like he's going to go for a long rotation through the tunnels now.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to sort of fling himself in there without doing a little bit of this. He's trying to draw attention to different entry points with that suppressive fire, and then rotate around to maybe one that they're not watching and try and find some picks. He has all the time in the world, minute 50 left on the clock, so it makes sense for him to be going for this.
And he still has some time to work with, 1.5 minutes, and he's pretty close to the objective now, so it's not too rough, but he just needs to make sure that he stays moving, because he will run the risk of running out of the time otherwise.
Apologies for those audio cues. Try and limit those from happening.
Knocked him. Now they know where he is now. He doesn't have that many options in terms of rotating now. He's down to about 1 minute. And he's right back to where he started, really, going to the outside.
And he has to be silent here on this approach. He's tried to draw the attention to all the other angles, and then he's returned to his original one. He's circled around the entire objective. But all Vikings have to do is just stay disciplined on their angles. They don't really need to panic or worry about other entry points. That is what they are doing. Virus does charge forward. Knockdem's tucked in. He runs into 2. Caltrop actually is the one that finds the kill. And Vikings lock in the first round. But you hear a bit of a sigh of relief there that the first round has gone their way.
No doubt about it. In a match like this, there's so much tension prior to the first round, and then no matter what happens on the first round, you just kind of and you're like, okay, we're in the game now, we can start playing the way that we want to play. And especially winning the first round always feels fantastic, because you don't feel like you're starting off on the wrong foot.
Yeah, and I think we have sorted out some technical issues on our end, and so we should have Kesney back in the casting seat for our next round, which I know a lot of folk out there are clamoring for. He'll be back and into the action once we start round 2, but a good round 1 there. Vikings looking strong, you know, just this objective really just requires you to stay disciplined, right? That you just have to stay tucked in on the inside, maybe put one outside. You don't even need to then. You can kind of just flash out like we saw.
Indeed, and they got a little spicy there. They sent Shadow Warrior outside, and he caught an early pick on the rushers, and I think that one tiny less conservative detail made a big difference, because they took somebody away right off the bat. And then it was like, all right, Shadow Warrior ended up dying, but he got a 1-for-1 out of it, and it really threw their attack off. And so the rest of the defenders could just kind of hang out on objective after that and pick anybody else that decided to try to charge in.
Just waiting now as that 1.5-minute timer between rounds. I imagine that we're going to be utilizing this time often, Theta. These players, again, the pressure is on here. And, I mean, we kind of saw some innovation there on the aggression on defense. I wonder if Peacekeepers are going to throw something out. That'll be it for me here, though, from the bronze match. Theta and Kesney, take it away as we pop into our next round.
Excellent. Thanks, Nightfire, for the introduction here. I'm excited to watch the rest of these matches play out here.
Welcome to the casting desk, Kesney.
I can't wait to play a
Thanks,
triple
Theta.
game.
All right, let's see. We are about to get going. Let's see what kind of defensive arrangement we get. Nardu already throwing a C4 out the north side. And Rusher's going into a position, I would imagine... Oh, no, he's going to get even spicier than Shadow Warrior did last time. He's going all the way to that... What is that? The Western Tower. Just looking
Far push out there.
Yeah, that's it's a bit of a risk, but he's not so far he couldn't rotate back in. You just better hope they don't send 4 or 5 through the tunnels and then get onto the objective before he can react to it. That would be the danger. That being said, it looks like the Vikings are sending their players. There's 3 going to the south for a long rotation, which will in fact play into Rusher's position. It looks like they're staging a couple more in the tunnels on the east side.
Would be interesting if, for some reason, the tunnels got contacted early, which caused rushers to move in, thinking that maybe they were sending 5 through the tunnel.
That would be the worst case scenario for him. Is he hears shots going in, you give the call to rotate back, and then he gets caught by everybody else that's outside the objective on the offense. That is what you're always concerned about. That in a flanking position is that somebody's going to catch you on the backside as you're retreating. So just depends on what the timing is for this attack. Although I don't think that's going to be a danger, because it looks like they're going to attack externally, just on different directions, since Thrywind and Shadow Warrior are coming from the north. Yeah, it looks like, if I were to guess, they're going to stage on the 2 exterior doors and then attack from there. Maybe one inside, we'll see. Oh, and there's a drone as well. Oh, and Noctum gets rushers. I wonder if that drone made the difference. They seem to know where he was. So now Peacekeeper's down a person, but they have information. And they are just going to tuck in and wait for this attack to show up.
That must have been some research done ahead of time. They knew that that position may have been likely played as well. You know, putting something out there and committing the points to scouting the area safely must have been suspected that something like that may happen.
Thrywind takes a few shots onto the north side. He's trying to get Nardu. Maybe he was peeking through those boxes, but still nothing. And they are taking their time setting this up, which is not a bad idea on this objective. If you run in with the wrong timing, it's easy for the defense to tear you apart. Thrywind looking through that crack. So is Nardu. He keeps peeking it. Oh boy, this is getting spicy, and there it is.
Nice one.
Nardu
44.
catches Thrywind. That is such a narrow
there's still one
slice.
pillar.
Very dangerous to look down that without utility.
I think there is still one
And
pillar.
Shadow Warrior looks like... Oh, go ahead, Gesne.
I was gonna say, it's just a narrow tunnel. It just ends up being your face is the only thing that it can see through there.
Yep.
Just a couple shots go through and it's all over.
And Shadow Warrior looks like he wants to give this a shot as well. I think he's hoping he can get his head and his gun just over the ridge line to the point where Nardu maybe doesn't see him or doesn't have time to react. Interesting. Embo called it Killinger spot.
I love that we have names for spots that's named after players that play those spots, either religiously or well. There's a number of those that exist within the game.
And Shadow Warrior catches Nardu through the boxes. Nice shot. Although Virus gets the revive. I wonder if they saw that revive. It was such limited. Oh,
He's
wow.
down.
As I say that, people just dying left and right. Nardu gets Shadow Warrior. Then Embo runs directly in front of Nardu again. So that's 3 Vikings that went down to that one spot. Virus catches Noctum at the outside on the opposite side of the kill box, and Peacekeepers take that one. And we are all tied up at 1-1 on the first map.
Good answer back from the Peacekeepers' perspective, and they kind of needed to as we're going into this bronze match here. But I think it's a classic play of, I've got a new idea, it's the same idea. And it's unfortunate because they did try different aspects of it, maybe trying to peek up over the top, so reducing the angle of attack. But ultimately, that little sliver of a viewport is what cost them that entry, and it took out 3 of them in that one entry spot, as you'd mentioned.
Yeah, losing like more than half of your team to one spot is never ideal. I was a little surprised we didn't see any smokes there, but I don't know, maybe they had an alternate plan in mind. Not going to judge too much. I know it can also be stressful being in the headset, knowing you're being watched by this many people. It's on the match, there's money on the line. So always plenty of factors going into your decision making that from the caster seat maybe don't make sense, but there's still some kind of rationalization there. So anyway, go ahead.
I was going to say absolutely. Just in total agreement.
And now we go to a ranged objective, which I think will play more into the Peacekeepers play style, my own personal opinion. But we're going to the South Hangars. And this one you can get a bit spicier on your defense. You can get some space away, get some quasi-sniping positions. I don't think there's a marksman on Peacekeepers from what I remember, but they are good long-range shots regardless. And Vikings will have a lot of terrain that they have to cross in order to get to the objective.
So kind of going back to yesterday's games, we actually got to see Vikings play this exact map, which I think will work really to Vikings' detriment on this, because their positions will be known unless they decide to change them up. But that being said, Shadow Warrior held the position against 3 opponents yesterday, and their 3 beginners all on his own. So I think that, I don't know that he'll be as successful this time around, as that's a known position now. They're not going to have to hunt and flesh him out. But they did have a very solid defense, it looked like, and it was a practiced and disciplined defense for this particular objective. However, they did not attack it well at all, and it really got dismantled before I believe they even crossed the outside fence line. So it'd be interesting to see what changes, especially for the Vikings from yesterday to today, and how they're going to handle that differently going forward.
No doubt about it, and that's a meta game everybody has to manage, is you come up with a good spot that people aren't expecting, and then it gets casted, and especially in a situation like this where you know you're going to be playing somebody the very next day, you have to ask yourself, is it worth it using that same spot? Because it was effective, but now everybody's going to know about it. Either way, we are about to find out as we get into this next round. Vikings on defense on the south.
If you want to go
hangars.
south, you could either
And it looks like we have
crouch on the Heskos on the
This is
guard
just a
tower,
far
because
east
I'm
spawn.
gonna go down. Like I'm not
right
gonna
next to
survive
the
this
kill
round.
box for Peacekeepers as well.
Yeah, I'm switching to south.
All right, and it looks like they are spreading out. They only have one person watching anywhere near the lake. Actually, Noctum's looking down as well, but the bulk of their defense is in the south. I think they are expecting a strong south attack. And Caltrip all the way up. Shadow Warrior catches Nardu right away. We are just passing the 30-second mark, and Peacekeeper's already down somebody. Caltrip about to run into Captain Soda and Virus. They have no idea he's this far forward. Oh, and the flash comes out. This is going to be devastating if he can get this. And there it is.
Wow.
What a play. What a play.
Theta, this is so different from yesterday. I mean, it is almost polar opposite. They were literally an inside-out defense yesterday, and they are completely pushed out today.
Yeah, that's the kind of play that, like Nightfire and I were talking about. Like, you have to ask yourself if you're willing to take those risks, because if you are, they can pay off
Just a
big
little bit, probably
time,
gonna
as
take the
we
guard
saw.
tower.
Caltrip all the way forward and then toss that flash on the 2 of them. They really didn't have a chance to fight back. Wow, and Shadow Warrior gets rushers. It's all down to 1, and we are only at 4 minutes and 35 seconds. Seaquick has a gigantic task ahead of him now. It looks like he's got a drone equipped. He might have a little bit of an informational advantage in that respect if he can get that deployed. But even knowing where everybody is, it's a tough ask to do 1v4 against a team at this level.
And on a map this big as well. I mean, it'd be different if we were in like a medium-sized map. Would probably even be ideal for this scenario, like Suburbias or something of that nature. But having to cross so much open land to get to objective makes this a tall order, even with 4 minutes on the clock.
No doubt about it. Yeah, and Caltrip did the right thing. A lot of people, they flank and then they get a little too greedy. So he got 2 and then he immediately retreated. And now they have a 4v1 advantage. And they can just wait. Seaquick does not have many good options here. Looks like he's exploring some of the lanes. But this is a tough spot to be in. And I don't care how good you are. This is not easy.
You got to imagine at this point the pressure that's mounting in his head too. Just, everything else that's on the line right now, and this is for the Kipper, and and he knows that he's 1 dot on a tablet.
No doubt about it. And on these larger maps, it really comes down to who who gets the Marsoc round that breaks this? Because these are both very good teams. They both know how to play defense quite well. And it's like, can you get an attack in that's successful? And especially if Peacekeepers keep trading Marsoc rounds like this, is not going to go well for them. So they need to get an attack round. Oh, wow.
Wow. I didn't even
What a
see that
nade.
come.
I didn't either. I was zoomed in on Seaquick, and then all of a sudden the nade just lands right next to him. What a toss. Wow.
Wow.
And with that, Vikings go up 2-1. Yeah, what a round. That was exactly the kind of spice that I know we all signed up for this weekend. What were your overall thoughts on that round, Kesney?
I cannot believe and I said this yesterday, is there was a couple of plays yesterday that had it, but Vikings do some plays that I just think just are so risky, but like a full risk reward, and just to stone do it and just to go out there. I mean, you had Shadow Warrior and Caltrop. They're so far out of where they were yesterday in a conservative, and with everything on the line, pushing out, and they collected between the two of them 4 kills right off the bat. And it was just within 30 seconds of that round, it was effectively, the round was over, and they had a solid count. They pulled both of them back out and pulled them back into a defensive line, so they had the objective fully covered, knowing there's only one opponent up, and that's got to just feel great from the Vikings perspective. But arguably from the flip side, you have Seaquick, that knowing he's the only person on the map, and he didn't get pushy, he didn't get rushy, and moving all over the place, and I think he moved intentionally. And while the grenade toss was what an epic throw, but really he was doing it the right way, even though it didn't come out way with the W. So I mean, I think we just saw another Volk round. That's what they're supposed to do. I'm excited to see what they decide to change up here on attack, and see which one of these teams can capitalize and get that Marsoc win that you're talking about.
Yeah, about it. And we get to find out now. So Vikings again up 2-1. They have an opportunity to really break this open for themselves. If they can get one more round, then go into a Volk, that is a huge advantage for them. It's not necessarily over. I know you and I have both seen and participated in matches where teams have come back from even worse deficits than that, but it certainly puts them in the driver's seat if they can do it.
100%. I mean, we saw it yesterday, Raptors pulling it back out and pulling out a 4-3 win. So it certainly can happen, even in worse scenarios than what we're in right now.
And Shadow Warrior takes a few shots. That gives away some information, and now Peacekeepers know where the spawn is. Vikings electing to occupy the bunker. It's a pretty powerful spot. If you expose your head a little too much, you can get sniped, but I think they're probably not worried about that, since there aren't any designated marksmen on Peacekeepers. So they can just gather information from there and stage on that side of the lake. Meanwhile, the rest of the Vikings taking it a bit more slowly near the shack. Looks like they're going to send most of their attackers through the south. This is a common lane. There's lots of cover. It's a good kind of way to leapfrog from one spot to the next. People like to jump around behind these little mounds as they attack the objective. Captain Soda is waiting for them in the south, but not really in a position to see anybody yet.
It'll be interesting to see across this lake here. So Rushers, I think definitely is going to be fighting at a disadvantage, as Noctum is kind of more as a trained eye and knows there's not a whole lot of hills to hide behind that direction across the lake. And Rushers is starting to get shifting back and forth, and I wonder if we'll see a peek out of that eventually.
Yeah, and Seaquick's taking some shots. I think he's shooting down a drone. Yeah, there's a drone. I see it flying in the south. So they're gathering information. They should have a sense of where Soda is now.
He's now like way to the left. I'm just gonna move up. I'm almost out of power.
So they did spot him out. Caltrop just made a call out that they're, and I quote, way to the left. And Embo is now moving forward. So they did identify somebody with that drone.
It's interesting, though, because Seaquick backed off a little bit. I think he got the sense of, hey, I just got spotted. I need to move. That's a good idea, because if they're using a drone and they know where you are, unless you have no other choice, you really need to move because otherwise they're just going to surround you and take you out. Captain Soda doing the same thing. He's now rotating closer to the objective. And Peacekeepers have, by and large, surrendered the south.
It's an interesting move a little bit to back up that far. I think that gives up a lot of space and it narrows down. It does help kind of with numbers.
I refract Noctum. Yeah, I refract him, sorry.
Yeah, so Noctum goes down, but Shadow gets a near instant refrag. So 4v4. No advantage either way. That does blow up their lake attack a little bit. I'd like to have at least 2 people going in the lake in most cases, but it looks like Shadow Warrior is going to try to go it alone.
Yep, let's wait for Shadow.
And this is the danger of having a defense so far back, is they're crossing a lot of ground right now and getting quite close to objective, and there's nobody to stop them.
This objective is sunk into the ground a little bit, so they get a little bit of a higher ground perspective and break down some of the profile which they can be shot from as well. You can negate some of that up on the hills, but it just gives them quite a bit.
-1.
Caltrop gets Nardu, and now there's an attacker advantage. Thrywin and Caltrop moving into the south. And this is getting pretty dangerous for Peacekeepers. Soda is not looking in that direction. He might get... Yeah, Caltrop's about to see his backside. Seaquick might be able to get around this corner and catch him. Yeah, here we go. Seaquick coming around the corner, and he gets Caltrop. Boy, the timing on that could not have been better for Seaquick.
I don't know if you got to see it, but Captain Soda definitely moved back in a hurry. Hearing the gunshots behind him, ducked back to turn around.
Wow, man. Virus goes down. Now 2v3. It's just one after the other. We're keeping this so close on this round. Seaquick taking a few more shots at Embo. Oh, and there it is. And Vikings take a commanding lead, 3-1.
Nice.
Let's see what objective we get next. Oh, and it's going to the shack now. So Vikings, this is an advantageous position to be in. But what are your thoughts on this next objective, Kesne?
So this is another one that we got to see yesterday. Vikings got to play it. They actually did really well on it. I think they ended up ultimately, they fell on this particular objective. But they had a number of great plays. But the positions they played, I believed, were odd. And I think Joker and I had spent some time kind of talking about where they put themselves, and they were a little weak on the shack directly defense. I think that this objective here relies heavily on breaking a side. And if you can break down one of the sides, it quickly becomes danger close for the objective, and you have to react to that. I think that Vikings... we could see a good, but I mean, it's a defensive round for Vikings. I mean, it really, Peacekeepers need to rise up to the occasion, break through the defense, and a cap here would be king for them, as it would tie it up to a 3-3.
Yeah, I would say this is, obviously it's do or die for Peacekeepers. They have to win it somehow, but a cap would be the absolute best outcome, so they should go through the extra effort to make that happen if possible. And this, of all the objectives on Snow Peak, this is the one that is the hardest to defend, in my opinion, because you can just be surrounded and be attacked from so many different angles. So I think this does provide, if you're going to get this kind of a situation as a team where you're down this much and you need a cap, this is probably the best objective you could hope for. So we will see if Peacekeepers takes advantage of that.
Absolutely. And I think, you take it to a Milsim perspective, who puts a base in the middle of 4 entry points?
Yeah, there's just so many questions about this. It's just a shack with a couple of generators and a Jeep just plopped in the middle of nowhere. Speak with their supervisor.
I need to see your manager.
And with that, we have bought ourselves enough time, and the round begins. Looks like we get, Far East spawn for Marsoc. And Peacekeepers do love that 4, even 5-man attack. Wonder if they'll do something similar, but as I say that, they already have people breaking off.
Isn't this quick spawn?
Yeah, this would be considered the quick spawn for sure. And Soda and Shadow Warrior are about to run into each other. Ooh, Captain wins that one. That was real close, but nice shooting by Captain Soda. Oh, and Embo going all the way to the garage. Oh, I don't know if they're expecting this. This could get ugly real quick. And as I say that, Embo gets taken out without catching anyone. So now down to 3v5. Peacekeepers, I'm sure, happy about this so far. Well, Thrywind catches C-Quick as he comes out. That evens things up a little bit. It looks like there's... Oh, go ahead.
I said I feel like they don't know where they are a little bit, or there's. It felt like Virus was just kind of laying down cover and suppressing fire just to catch anybody running through the middle in odd ways.
Very far south. That's probably
Yeah,
where
I
we're
was
gonna get
thinking
fucked
they
up.
might try to do that as a diversion, but Soda's not really moving up. He's just kind of holding a line. Thrywind's about to push on him, though. Oh, and Thrywind backs off, not realizing how close he was to an engagement with Soda. I think Soda's hoping somebody will peek through those boxes. That's a common defensive position. Ooh, and Thrywind rushing over to this tower again. He sees rushers.
Rainbow 3.
Now down to 3-3. But Soda gets
One
the
down on the
refrag
inside there on
after
the
moving
corner.
out of the tunnel.
I got one there.
Now to 3v2.
Pile
Another-
of smokes
30, I
there
got
to
two
protect their movement forward.
Yeah, considering the distance now, I think the cap probability is quite low. They're just going to go for kills. Ooh, Noctum gets Soda. Well, Caltrip gets Virus. This might be it. 1v2. Can Nardu clutch this? Oh, he saw Caltrip, but he did not get him.
But it's not tag, it's fucking Onward.
Yeah, that is Onward for you, ladies and gentlemen. And Caltrip doing, I would imagine Nardu is not going to be ready for this. Caltrip, again, sort of violating expectations and going way forward. I think if I were in Nardu's shoes, I would expect them to just buckle down and watch the objective.
It has been interesting. We've seen a couple of pushes out. So I mean, you got you got Embo pushed out. You got Thrywind that pushed out. You had, who was the other one? It was Noctum pushed out. I mean, at this point, there is a trend establishing, and if Peacekeepers can pick up on that trend, it's very easy to counter. You just have to be patient, and
secure the bronze match.
that can be also very difficult with everything on the line.
Go down in history as the choke.
Exactly. And you would think, like, all right, so they're going to, like this late round rotation Caltrip had. It's like you'd think, all right, you want to protect your lead, you want to get more conservative, but instead he rushed all the way up. So even like that kind of late round rotation, you just don't see that very often. Fortunately, Nardu decided to go around, get a different angle. He had plenty of time to do that, so good decision on his part. And now it looks like he's going to hope he can get a pick from a different angle as he runs past the corpse of his teammate. Ooh, he might spot Caltrip. Noctum, I don't think, unless he peeks. Oh, and as I say that, he peeks.
So that might have been off a call from Caltrip, who actually asked if there was anything he could not see, which prompted him to stand up. And that may have been what was the difference maker there, so they stood up and spotted Nardu. Otherwise, he probably would have stayed tucked in.
You just imagine the pressure on Nardu right now. 1v2. If he doesn't get this, this is map. And you do not want to be down a map in one of these. You don't really ever want to be down a map, but especially the bronze match where there's money on the line. Just a matter of how you handle that stress. He still has a minute and a half. I think Vikings are just going to buckle down now and wait. Ooh, he's going for another rotation. I don't know if he has enough time to do this efficiently.
Yep, it's over.
He just told himself it's over. We will see if that's true or not. Interesting to hear him say that. You'd think he'd give himself a little bit more of a chance, but you know, I guess if you feel like you're not going to make it, it could influence your behavior. But as he said that, wow, he gets one. Now he just needs to get Noctum. He knows where he is, too. He took some shots. He has to know that the last one is on that spot.
conversations coming in from Caltrip are very strained and stressed at the moment, and a little confusing calling out lefts and rights.
Yep. Oh boy, Nardu and Noctum right on top of each other. This is for the map. Oh my goodness.
Speed reloads. He's building it up.
Oh, wow. I thought for sure he's going to catch him on that reload, but the timing was just right off. And Vikings take it 4-1. That is heartbreaking for Peacekeepers. It was so close.
It's not over, though. I mean, Peacekeepers can absolutely come back, win the next map, win the map following. It's not over.
Yep.
I think getting the reset back to a 0-0 is important. And really, it could have been either game there. And multiple rounds that series came down to a 1v1. I mean, we're setting up for quite a series going forward here. But, you know, kudos to Vikings to rally out there and commanding lead going into the second map.
No doubt about it. It's not over, for sure. Especially with teams like this. The battle that always goes on internally as a team is, all right, either we lost this first map and we need to just come back stronger, or if you won the first map, you also have to be careful victory disease doesn't infect your tent. And you say to yourself, all right, we've got this in the bag, and give them an opening to come back. So that's what's going to be going on both sides. And it's just a matter of who really controls their psychology better, because at this level, nobody is bad at the game.
Not at all. I think this may be a classic case of studying your opponent and them playing a mind game with you, because I think two of the objectives we saw were objectives where they expected to see individuals in certain places. Sure. And since they moved so far forward, and I'm thinking Shadow Warrior, Caltrip, they did such a great job flipping the script on them, you know, without kind of a thought, and then at which point, you know, it just caught, you know, they were picking up a number of kills just pushed way out. So
yeah, now we go to what I think is the most played map this season, which is fine by me, but Subway. Yeah, I was checking the stats the other day. I'm pretty sure it was the most played map. I'd have to double check, so don't quote me on that, but pretty sure we have seen more Subways than any other map this season. What are your thoughts on this matchup on this map, Gesney?
So I think that Subway is one of those maps that every objective represents a style of play in some kind, with maybe the exception of like the high-level marksman that you'd see on a Downfall or Snow Peak, which I don't feel like we really on either team has like that one individual that it's like I don't even want to peek because you're gonna, you know, snap my head off. There's some objectives up here, like the one we'll be starting with. It's up in Chinatown. I feel like we can get into kind of a lot of flash or utility play, which is interesting because we've really not seen any of that today from either team. I mean, there was the one grenade, there was a flash, but the flash got the individual kill that threw it. It's not we haven't been seeing the heavy smoke usage that has been pivotal to any kind of a scenario. We'll definitely have to see that here. But we also are going to see that flank play is going to come back up. So Seaquick is incredibly good at the flank. And I'll be interesting to see if we see that pay out. But I believe Subway was played yesterday by Peacekeepers, and I wonder if they're going to flip the script on this a little bit, and we're going to see, you know, Vikings try to play to the known positions that came out yesterday, and if Peacekeepers are going to change it up, and we could see a reversal of what we just saw in Snow Peak.
Could be. Yeah, I was looking at the stats. I don't see... It doesn't seem like it's a prominent map for either of them, but yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity here for Peacekeepers to come back, especially like you said, Seaquick has always been sort of their guerrilla fighter. Guy goes out and flanks at unexpected times and, you know, either opens up a cap or at the very least just gets a couple of picks and creates gigantic openings on the defense. Or potentially just gets behind the offense too, and that's kind of the nice thing about Subway is you have many different pathways for that. And Vikings going to be tempted to play more conservatively here to protect their lead.
It's possible. It is possible. I think it's just going to be an interesting game all the way around. I'm shocked how far that they were pushed out the last round, I think I'm still a little kind of taken back at just the level of how far they were willing to risk it.
Yeah, it's a fine line because, you know, if you can do that, it can be the difference maker. It can get you the win, but it can also potentially blow up in your face. And you just have to ask yourself if you've got the bravery, to use the more, I would say, softer term for that, and see if you're willing to, you know, take those kinds of risks and say, all right, we're going to surprise them. Maybe it doesn't work out for us, but we really want to win this, so we're not going to just play conservatively. Because I think playing conservatively can be a trap in and of itself. You know, you just say, all right, we've got the lead, or we just don't want to take any risks, so we're going to play it slow. And at this level, that play style kind of backfires most of the time because people know how to be offensive, and if you just give them too much space, it ends up backfiring more often than not. It looks like also, just looking at the rosters, we had a couple of subs for Peacekeepers. Squirfy and Diesel now in. It looks like the same roster for Vikings as far as I can tell.
I believe it is the same roster for Vikings. It looks, yeah. That's just one of those things, you know, if you're going to go on a flank, I know what you're thinking. You counted 5 of them. But you got to ask yourself, do you feel lucky? Well, do you?
Well, I know I'm feeling lucky that we get to cast this, and now we get the first round of Map 2 underway.
Ooh, and they got a north spawn there too.
I can already taste the spice of this round with this quick spawn.
Tina flops on our table.
And I think this might be the
We're all
first
gonna
time
get
I've
banned.
casted Peacekeepers with Diesel in, so I'm not sure what he's going to do, but it looks like he's charging straight to North Stairs, about to run into Thrywind. He has a C4 on as well. Ooh, and just like that, Thrywind, the first kill of the map. We are 15-ish seconds in.
-1. Rainbow Fall.
And Soda looked like he's going to reinforce that North Stairs, so there's some information there. A bit deceptive, though, because most of the attack looks like it's coming from the south.
There could be one minus knock in the alley on the right.
And it looks like he also pulled away too after securing the kill and leaving that, so they have to protect it with no one there.
Yep, and now Seaquick prone in the alleyway.
Nice.
Oh, Shadow catches Nardu, but Seaquick's about to get Shadow Warrior. Oh, wow. Seaquick, I think he's just waiting.
I think he is.
Yeah, he's just waiting for them to pass by and think it's safe so he can get this flank in, like we were talking about before.
Oh,
There's no way he didn't see them. Oh, here we go. He's getting up.
I might have heard something in the alcove on the left. Do you have flash or
Oh,
grenade
they heard
or
him.
something? I got a smoke.
Oh, no, alcove on the left. He's talking about further down the alley. So they do not know Seaquick is behind them.
Do you have flash or grenade? Do you have-
There's one. And there is 2. Nice play by Seaquick. Brings that
You could-
to... Oh, good.
You could even hear Shadow Warrior when he went down, and he's only down just what?
I know. I heard that.
So surprised. Oh, it's
yeah.
great.
Those are the kinds of plays you want, though. You want your opponent saying, what just happened? How did that happen? And that throws them off. There's a big psychological advantage to that sort of surprise. Now Embo, too, has to slow down, although it looks like he might catch Seaquick. There it is. Yeah, Seaquick pressing his advantage a bit there. Try to go for even more of a flank, and Embo makes him pay for that. Now 3v2 in favor of Vikings. Thrywind appears to be coming up on the horseshoe, the opposite side.
So they're still going to get 2 points of attack on here. They're currently 1 up, and I believe they should have a good count on both sides. So they both should be able to plan. Both sides, defense and offense, should be able to plan appropriately here. The only thing I could think is at this exact point, they actually don't know what sides that they're on. So they know that there's one somewhere, at least in the north, and one people in the south. So they have to cover all the angles, and they do have to give up that advantage a little bit, trying to cover as much as they can.
Yeah, Soda has no way of knowing this, but he is right on the edge of death. If he pushes out even a foot forward, Embo's got a line directly in front of him. But This is a tough spot to be in. You can defend this with 2 people, but it's not particularly easy, and if one goes down, it turns into a bit of a crisis.
Quickly, it looks like we're going to see another rotation out of Thrywin. So, Squirfy should know that at least 1 or 2 is in that alley. He should be able to hear that talking, as we can kind of pick that up on, you know, being hovering around him near that wall, and they're talking a little loud.
Yeah, I thought... sorry, go ahead.
No, keep going.
I thought I saw him take his hand off of his gun and maybe click his radio or something. I know when there's only 2 of you and it's on defense, it would make sense to just click a few times and say, hey, they're over here, so you don't want to give away your position. I can't tell if that's exactly what was going on, but I agree. I think Squirfy likely heard that. Captain Soda catches Thrywin on the other side.
We lost him.
Ooh, and now Embo and Noctum going for an attack on the south. Oh, Captain goes for that confirm. Don't blame him for that. Squirfy catches Embo. He was not ready for Noctum, and Captain Soda with an instant refrag. Nicely played. And that round started out like it wasn't going to go well for Peacekeepers, losing Diesel right away. And then they brought it back, so good job there. Peacekeepers go up 1-0 over Vikings. What were your thoughts on that round, Kesne?
You know, I loved the composures. The composure of the defending side there for Peacekeepers. Soda, you know, not pushing forward into North Alley, still having visibility of North Alley. It was unfortunate for Vikings that, and I think it was Thrywin that did this, but came in and started pre-firing corners. And I understand the tendency to do it, but the grenade and then the pre-firing of the corners caused, you know, Soda to rotate, and he was shooting somewhere else, and it was obviously not the corner that, you know, Soda was peeking, so Soda had the drop on him. So it was unfortunate, I think, for the attackers, but I think Soda did a great job going there and confirming that kill, and then turning back around as soon as, you know, his cohort on defense there, you know, went down. He was immediately behind him for the refrag, and I think that was the critical piece that allowed them to win that round.
Indeed. Just in general, as you said, the composure there was fantastic, and that's really what separates the wheat from the chaff in this game, is your ability to stay calm under pressure and not get tilted. And Peacekeeper showing that they have what it takes to do that. So now they go on the attack. And as we were talking about in the last map, you can crack open a Marsoc round. That tends to be the big difference maker at this level.
And I know that we'll never be able to really clip out audio, but the shocked what was the best part of that round, bar none. It was, you know, kudos to Seaquick for being so patient under pressure, and unfortunately at, you know, Shadow Warrior's cost or expense there in that particular move.
Indeed, and as we get into this round, looks like we have a south spawn for the Peacekeepers. And already we've got Caltrop and Embo rushing all the way. Embo going straight into the horseshoe. Caltrop appears to be waiting for an attack. Yeah, he just called out south spawn. He must have heard some footsteps or talking or something. Flash comes out. And there is already a ton going on. I cannot keep track of all of it. But we are down to 3v4 already. Caltrop engaging with Squirfy and Nardu. South side. Squirfy's about to come around this corner. And Caltrop goes down.
Fucking 53.
We're 40 seconds in. 4v2 in favor of Peacekeepers. This is exactly the kind of round that they needed.
What an attack they've mounted up so far. Oh, and there's one left. Seaquick picking up Noctum here as they're going to push on in. Shadow Warrior left to defend the objective here to a pressing onslaught of Peacekeepers.
Oh, Nardu's got Tablet out. This is going to be cap. This is going to be a
Get that
cap.
Do it.
Going. There it
Yes!
is. Wow. What a cap. Such a narrow angle, too, because Shadow Warrior was watching down that slit, but he figured out he cannot see all the way against this wall, and he pulls a tablet out, 2 points on the board. What a play by Peacekeepers and Nardu in particular.
What a swing. What a cap. Just bullets flying past you, tucked into the wall, you know, right or pressed up against it in this particular case, and just without flinching. And I mean, that was a good speed on the cap too, with all the pressure and everything else going on. I mean, he was only down there for, I don't know, 5 or 6 seconds typing that in.
No doubt about it. And Peacekeepers showing they were down but not out by a long shot, and now they're setting it up for a tie-breaking third map. Gesne, any thoughts on what you think's going to happen on this next round now that we have the basement objective?
So I think this will be an interesting one. So this one's pretty prescriptive typically. And right now, I feel that you have Vikings is doing the play really well right now, which is that chaotic play. And you kind of go back to Snow Peak and you saw them pushing out to odd angles and pushing the last person whenever there was only 2 left. And that chaotic play was working out really well for them. That won't work in the basement. You can't do it. It's a good way to make sure that you end up getting capped on or worse, really. Whereas Peacekeepers, you saw it in the attack. There was everything going on. They had accurate callouts. They had accurate comms. They spotted a C4 in a matter of 30 seconds, and everybody knew what was happening. So I think Peacekeepers, we could see something really strong. Plus they're defending, and this is a hard one to attack into. So Vikings has their work cut out for them in this particular case without having to go to a third map.
No doubt about it. If you're in Peacekeeper's shoes, this is the best possible objective to get for a Volk round. Just one long, narrow way to get into the objective, really. They've got the stairwells, but as long as you reinforce that north side, you can, at the very least, prevent a cap.
Absolutely.
This is putting them into a good position for a tiebreaker. And as we get into this, looks like we're getting a 3-2 split out of the Vikings.
You can hear the smiles in the comms right now on the Peacekeepers. They're very happy and content at the moment with where they're sitting.
As they should be. There's a lot on the line, and they came back from a 4-1 loss and brought it to 3-0 on the next map, putting themselves in a winning position. And they're home, too, so they'll get the pick on the last map.
It has been interesting. We've seen a number of home picks not go well, though, so that is an advantage, but it seems to not be the story that's played out a ton at the same time. But you'd rather have the home pick than not.
And no doubt about it. It does provide at least a little bit of certainty in your mind that we know where we're going and we have a plan for this, but you're right. It's no guarantee that you're going to win. After all, Peacekeepers did pick Snow Peak. Ooh, and Sequid catches Caltrup. He's up in that spot right behind this subway car. Thrywin's ready for it, though. Oh, and there's lasers probing his position from Shadow Warrior. If he can just stay low and out of sight, he can still potentially get at least one more out of this. Oh, and he's got a bead into that little entrance where Shadow Warrior and Noctim are hanging out. Oh, so much tension on this. He is surrounded. I don't think he understands that, but at this point, he has really done his job anyway, so even if he goes down, a 1-for-1 is always acceptable. Obviously, he'd like to get more than that if possible, but as the more flank position, he has done work as it is.
At this point, you almost want to get back to objective, and then you know that you're a person up at that point, or pick up more. And we've seen a lot of this guerrilla style tactics coming out of him. Last round was the Shadow Warrior on defense. Thrywin picks him up there.
Yep, and oh, but Diesel is still, I didn't even see this. I was watching the map a little bit too much, but Diesel still on the middle platform. I don't know if they're going to be ready for 2 up there. That's a pretty unorthodox defensive setup. It happens occasionally, but most teams, especially when they're up 3-0, are not going to put 2 people up there. But Shadow Warrior takes care of that and gets Diesel. And now it's all up to the basement crew to defend for Peacekeepers.
I'd be perfectly comfortable if I was Peacekeepers in this scenario. 3 downstairs is plenty to stop most attacks that are coming in.
Definitely. And now they've only got Embo on the Viking side coming through the tunnel. And that means that they're going to send everybody else down those stairwells. And with 3 people, as you were just saying, this is a very defendable objective if they're just going to go down those. Especially Squirfy catches Embo as he comes out onto the tracks. This becomes even more winnable for them.
Yeah, Embo's really the only safe entry into this, but it's also the most dangerous because everybody expects you to be there. And there's, you can see the lasers coming onto Embo there.
At the back of basement.
But Shadow Warrior proning down the stairs, which means Squirfy's not going to hear him. Exactly who it was. That's crazy. Ooh. And now down to 2v4. Still winnable for Peacekeepers, but much more challenging.
I think the best part is both of them knew who each other was as well. Yeah.
Comes from that familiarity. They just, they studied each other. They played against each other. They know what to expect.
Ooh, that flash may have gotten Nardu.
That one definitely got Soda.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. And Nardu
Huge
catches
pickup.
2 right away. And just like that, it's evened out. Oh, man, they were right on top of each other.
Tablets out.
Ooh, that was close. That was close. And knocked him with that final kill. Yeah, if Soda hadn't rotated, that was potentially 2 points, but good work there preventing the cap at the very least. So now Vikings get the Volk advantage on this objective, and Peacekeepers in a position to get into a tiebreaker and keep their chances at that 3rd place spot alive.
Be interesting to see the flip come back. So it's a 1-4 Vikings and then a 4-1 Peacekeepers. Could make for a nail biter going into the 3rd map.
Yeah, and what a contrast to what we saw yesterday, because everything seemed to be 3-3. And then one team just breaks it open on the last round. And, 4-1 at this level is unusual, but it looks like both teams are potentially in position to get one of those. And then it comes down to who's got the resolve to keep that kind of pace and intensity into this last map.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a huge pickup by Nardu there at the end, just having the reaction. It did look like when he was rushed, just for whatever reason, the bullets did not find him in that corner, even though it was known and spotted, and end up picking up the 2 power there, as it were, coming around. And it's just a couple of rolls of the dice there that could have gone either way, and I think worked out, and Vikings came away with the W on it.
And here we go into the next round. Pressure is on for both teams. Vikings likely want to make sure they can get at least to a 3-3, survive this and get an attack. And Peacekeepers, they win this, they get into a tiebreaker and keep their chances alive. So both teams incentivized to put on their absolute best game faces for this round.
Absolutely. And it does look like we'll have 2 up on top again from the Vikings perspective. So going to that, committing 2 to the upper platform, but Caltrop going on kind of a really far flank up into, looks like the catwalk. And he's going to catch Soda.
Yeah, and Noctum and Squirfy engage each other. Noctum takes out Nardu. Oh, Squirfy not getting the confirm. Oh, and there it is. He brings out his knife, and Captain Soda gets Thriwin. Wow, and without much time passing at all, down to 4v2 in favor of Peacekeepers. Got to be creating some anxiety for the remaining Vikings. Shadow Warrior on the objective. Embo rushing back as well. And now Peacekeepers can afford to just slow down and get this attack right and time it correctly. They have effectively cleared out everything outside of the objective. So now they've got all the space they need to coordinate, get this round under their belt.
And the only piece they don't have cleared is underneath at this point. And I mean, if you're Vikings, this is not the place you want to be at with 2. 3 is actually an ideal number. You don't want to be less than 3 because you have to now choose your entries. There's 3 entry points. You can't cover all 3 with 2 people because of the little jaunt in the middle.
There's a C4 on the North Stairs entrance as well. It looks like it's in a spot where you wouldn't be able to see it until it's pretty much too late. Maybe if you prone down, you'd be able to get low and see it, but that's going to make that attack a bit more dangerous. Other than that, it looks like you got pretty much a free entry on either other side, on the south or through the tunnels.
I would presume the clicker for that is probably on Shadow Warrior. I'm not sure. Flash comes out to the south stairs.
Yeah, I can see the clicker on Shadow Warrior, so it's definitely him. Some rounds coming out from Squirfy. This is becoming a more common tactic, but firing the pistol to try and trigger some kind of C4 or just draw attention away to a certain side. Sequit kind of bopping around on the mid-platform. Diesel's already going down. Diesel, I don't know if they're coordinating very well here. Diesel is not going down with any kind of support.
Captain Soda is going in on the opposite side, but they're both going in as individuals, which causes a C4 to take out Captain Soda with the reconfirm on the dead body.
When Diesel, is that a flash? Nope, it's a frag. Bo sees him, shoots him in the back. Squirfy in a position for a refrag. Oh, but it's a trade. Shadow could get this confirmed. Depends on where he sees the body, since if you're not familiar, this is a... Bodies are client side, so it all depends on how your particular headset or computer is rendering it.
Could rotate for a res, but it would leave him with a pretty tight timeline because that'd take at least 30 seconds for him to get around without having to go straight through. And Shadow Warrior will likely see him if he comes underneath here directly, and there'll be a 1v1.
Yeah, Squirfy, I don't know how much he can see, but if he could just give that call out, that's all it would take. And Sequit gets prone. Yeah, this could really do it right here. I don't think Shadow Warrior is expecting this. Sequit does have night vision on, so he should be able to see him down there. Oh, it looks... I can't tell if he's just not taking the shot. Oh, there it is. Oh, wow.
Whoa.
So close. Wow, and that was... It was down to a 4v2 in the first minute or so of that round. And Vikings pull it back. Nice defensive play by them. And now we get the spiciest of all the spicy North Stairs objective. What are your thoughts on this, Kesne?
Ooh, I'm getting goosebumps. So this is exciting because while I think Chinatown, I agree with you that Chinatown can be really spicy, and they did end up capping there. This is the cappable probably by statistically across all of the objectives in Subway. This is probably most capped. Because this is there's only 2 dimensions of attack that can come in here, and boy, this is all about really who's the better shot, who's faster, and who gets there the best. And if you have somebody that can be an artillery on top of it, oh, this can be so exciting.
This is just from a spectator's perspective. This is always the best objective, and I know you and I are both big fans of playing this objective as well. So I think we're in for a treat here.
So do you think we're going to see... Now, I would assume there will at least be 1 or 2 that's going to go that north platform as they always do. But do you think maybe somebody's going to try to flip the script and take a south approach into it and see if they can pick people out on the rotations and then do whatever else they're going to do?
Just based on what I'm seeing so far, I would say yes. especially Caltrip seems to be kind of their flank extraordinaire.
Mhm.
So I would not be shocked if he went down there as well. So maybe a strong north side attack and then 1 or 2 flankers on the south side just to throw them off a little bit. Vikings have not been playing a particularly conservative, straightforward play style today. So, yeah, I wouldn't expect anything that is like textbook out of them.
Get excited, chat. Here we go. This could actually turn out to be either's game here. So you could have Vikings come away with, a cap, and it could end the game. Peacekeepers could win this here and take it to a third map. This is for the money. This is where we're at. You got to chant them out.
Yep. I know, my voice doesn't sound like it. This is just how it is. Sorry, folks, but I'm extremely excited right now. Here we go. The clock is now officially running.
Oh, it's not far enough. Fuck that.
We're going to see a push.
Here we go. Yep, Shadow Warrior, Thrywind, both going down the north side. Utility already coming out.
Another grenade coming on top? Or was it a C4 that they tossed up there at the second before Nardu backed up?
I'm assuming it's a C4 because I didn't see another piece of utility blow up.
It is. It's sitting there right at the top of the stairs there. But they should be able to see it. And they did disable the C4. However, that's still a combo explosion if they get down to the bottom. It's actually a really great spot for it, as they can kind of grenade out and that'll echo up the staircase.
I'm gonna smoke once they come
And
down.
as
and
predicted, we have at least one going south.
That
And
helps.
Shadow
somewhere
Warrior and
out, but-
Caltrip are kind of standing by. Oh, and
One
Embo goes down.
downstairs, downed. Can't confirm.
There goes their south attack. So now everybody is in the north, although they are spaced out a bit. Although, no, I take that back. Noctum's in the south as well.
That takes out that C4.
And Seaquick in quite a spot here, in a position to catch anybody that comes through that exit on the step upstairs. Just waiting for Noctum to pop his head up.
I feel their positioning's a little dangerous right now. Your Diesel being down below, Seaquick being far away. If they do happen to get a couple of picks on the staircases like they just did,
there it is.
the objective is wide open right now.
Cap is open.
Thrywood's coming in for the cap. Is he going to take it away?
That's it.
That's it. That's game.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
What a match. What a match. Peacekeepers had that, and then Vikings just, against all odds, came back and get that cap. Unbelievable. And that is the match, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. Vikings are now your official third place bronze medal season winners. Peacekeepers are fourth place. What a spicy match. What are your overall thoughts on what we just witnessed, Kesnay?
That cap was worth, $1,600. Like that was exactly what you hoped to do at that point. You hoped to push into those stairs, you hoped to make those kills, and I was worried about them being far off, and it was just Vikings came through on the clutch and they pulled it out to a 4-3. Well earned from the Vikings perspective there. Peacekeepers coming away with an amazing cap. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're not going home empty-handed at all, but what a final play, and it's why we love the North Stairs objective.
It's just, yeah, it has that game-changing potential as we just saw, and wow. Yeah, I'm at a loss for words at this point, Kesnay. Just what an incredible map, what a match. And both teams fought so hard, and Vikings, Peacekeepers have nothing to be ashamed of either way. Just an incredible match. What a season, too. And now, wow, now we get to see Beginners versus Raptors for the grand final. Who gets the very top spot? And we have a pre-show coming up in just a few minutes. So, yeah, I think we're going to hop into an intermission and let that get set up. But for now, this is Theta and Kesnay, and we are done with this match. So we will see you guys next time.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, Data.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for patiently waiting as we get ready to dive in to the Season 11 Grand Final matchup, Raptors versus Beginners. If you forgot what we're playing for here today, it is a $14,000 prize pool with over $10,000 in cash. First place comes home with $5,000 USD. This cash prize comes from our sponsors, Downpour Interactive, the developers of the game being one of them, ProTube VR, Rebuff Reality, Cyber Shoes, and of course VRML contributing to that cash prize pool. And then in addition, there is hardware and merch that comes in from HyperX with six HyperX Cloud Mix headsets, VR cover with the VR cover kits, one TaxSuit X40 and a TaxSuit X16 from B Haptics, and customized Arma jerseys, which you're seeing live on stream here today from your favorite analysts. It is a robust prize pool on the line, and I cannot wait to see this matchup. I mean, we haven't really talked about an NA EU finals in a while, it feels like. And I mean, gosh, Trip, you can maybe reminisce. I'm kind of feeling a little Globochem Beginners 5 here today. Is that in your hearts at all? Do you feel that old history coming about with an NA EU finals?
I don't know about Globochem. I feel like Raptors has a very different play style, which I'm hoping that comes out and we see. I mean, I think they can do it. I'm so excited for this. So like, I can't think. I just want to watch people shoot each other. That's all I want to see right now.
Yes, it will be you and me on the desk to catch the match. We will have the Sky Joker on the desk. We just got done with a fantastic series. Kesnia, do you want to talk a bit about that great matchup before we let our hype overflow for this Beginners Raptors matchup? We just watched Peacekeepers Vikings, and you know, we didn't really, I mean, I never thought I'd see a cap attempt like that come through when there's prizing on the line. It's got me wondering what I'm going to see in the finals, but Kesney, just roll me back through your emotions in those final few rounds, because, geez, that was a crazy bronze matchup.
Boy, what a roller coaster it was, too. I mean, and you kind of go back through the match, and I mean, really, in the semis, we didn't really see any caps or even cap attempts as a whole. There was an option where it was a possibility that one of them could have happened, but we saw two caps happen today from both teams. It was a nail-biter all the way through. A commanding lead coming out the gate by Vikings on the first map of Snow Peak, ending in a 4-1. And really, they just did a phenomenal job, and a couple of key locations held up by the Vikings there, pushed out. And I'm thinking of Shadow Warrior specifically with his change of position versus his game versus Beginners just the day previously. And then we go into Subway, and it was just a back and forth nail biters. Really Peacekeepers going up 3-0 right out the gate with a cap that happened in Chinatown while bullets are whizzing past him, money's on the line, and just nerves of steel as the cap happened. And then ultimately ending out as a North objective at it was a 2-3 with Peacekeepers up. All they needed to do was defend, and Vikings storm down the North and come in for a cap to win and secure third place. It was what a roller coaster of a game. They both played phenomenally well.
I mean, I think it really sets us up well for what we're going to see here. And Sky, you're going to be on us in the analyst desk positions. We'll be hearing you between maps. There's going to be a lot of strategy to look at here, but I mean, I guess I'm obviously ready for Beginners to be able to come back, right? They've proven even in this round robin that they are able to bounce back from tough plays. In the group stage, they're able to bounce back from tough plays. They are not a team that lets up on a loss easy. I don't know what I'm going to expect from Raptors. And Sky, I mean, we have to look at what we're going to intend. Do you think Raptors are going to go for caps? They were cap heavy in the round robin.
I think a lot of what I'm going to see here is just going to be these teams reading each other on a much deeper scale than we've ever seen in a normal league match. We're going to see a lot of creativity, and as far as caps specifically, I don't think Raptors are going to put a lot on the line there. I know that they like their caps, but I think they're going to be a little bit more conservative about it. And I think they're going to focus more on the mind games. They're going to try and utilize any advantage that they possibly can think of against the team that's been reigning king for season after season after season. They're going to need everything they've got.
Yeah, you've got me thinking here, though. To that point, there's 5 maps to be played here, something that we haven't touched on yet. This is a best of 5. That means that the map pool, when you start to whittle down to those last 4 or 5 maps, if you get there, it's limited, right? You're down to the bare bones of what you have left available because there's no custom maps in this finals. And so with a ban apiece, what do we get? What maps are played? How does it get factored in? And to that end, since you have a little more wiggle room, maybe we see Raptors go for those caps because the meta again is not the standard that we saw. It's not a best of 3 that these teams are used to playing. It is maybe going to be more akin to that round robin. Who knows what you see? I mean, Kesney, what are your thoughts? Do you think Raptors are going to be going for these caps, or are they going to be a little bit hesitant up against the likes of beginners?
They're both information-heavy teams. They're heavy on their research, heavy on information. And I think one of the things that Raptors will know is that, beginners has a stable, conservative defense is what we've seen throughout most of this tournament. And they do like to flip wild cards back and forth. But I think once they pierce in and, really, we could see a cap happen. Because if you go through some of the highlight reels that we've gone through within a couple of these here now, they look for the unorthodox or the sneaky cap spots. So, I mean, you kind of go Raptors aiming for inside, on quarantine right behind the fuselage there, or within center Kiat getting upstairs to one of those platforms where they're covered. But the thing is beginners has done that as well. So they're both expecting it. I expect they both have the capability. It'll be interesting to see when everything's on the line. I mean, your heart is racing. That's a hard time to punch in an 8-digit code.
Trip, we're getting close. Your thoughts? Are we going to see Raptors go for these caps? I'm not going to come to you first. I'll go to you last. But do you think we're going to see this kind of gutsy play, or is it going to be more conservative? I know it's
go big or go home. Go big or go home. You made it this far. You're first or you're second either way.
True. You're in good money.
I think trying for things and forcing beginners, even if you only try for a couple and don't get them, but once you've put that into their head that they have to watch the objective, they might then change their play style to make more rotations, faster rotations, change how far off of the objective they're going to be defending. And then just using that information to adjust your play style on offense to use that. I mean, it's all a mentality game.
Yeah, the mind game's definitely a big element here that get factored in. And beginners are a team that can do it, right? I mean, we talk about their strategy, how they are normally known as a slow playing team, but in this case, they are certainly not. They are a team that I think is capable of springing these surprise plays on people. I mean, we've seen it happen before, Sky. We're going to see it happen again. And apologies that you got transformed into Trip in the analyst desk. I guess we needed 2 of them. We just need a third now, and he'll be true to his name. But Sky, what are your thoughts? Do you think that beginners are going to bring out something fresh, or is it going to be what we expect out of them?
Beginners are notorious, at least recently, for bringing out the unexpected, and I think they are going to continue that sort of momentum here. I think that they are well aware that Raptors have looked into everything they've done so far in these recent matches, and I guarantee they have looked into everything Raptors have done.
Yeah.
So it's just going to be a matter of how much can we switch things up while staying comfortable. And I think beginners, with all of their years of experience, are going to have a little bit more wiggle room in that regard as they've practiced more of the, abnormalities of their plays.
Looking forward to seeing this matchup, and to that end, we have to get ready to dive into it. We are not going to spend much time here, Trip. It's a best of 5. It's going to be, could be, a long haul. Can't remember the last time I've seen actually all 5 maps played. I feel like normally it goes by someone ends up winning 3 in a row, but we'll see if we get through 5 maps, in which case it is going to be a long day. And so before we get there, I want to get everyone's thoughts. Who is going to be our champion? Who is going to take this #1 spot in Season 11? It has been, in my opinion, the most fun season to watch, and I can't wait to see what we're getting here. But I'll start with Sky, not Trip. I know he was getting anxious there. Sky, who do you think is going to be our champion here today between Raptors and Beginners?
So I think for the first season in Onward history, the casters are actually going to take home the trophy this season. I have all my money on them.
I agree with that.
Honestly, though, it's such a hard one. Like I mentioned, I think beginners are going to have more wiggle room in the sense that they have more experience on doing different things. They're going to have a bit more under their belt. But Raptors are looking so strong in the things that they have been doing.
Yep.
And they kept it close in the semis and the I gotta root for the Raptors, though. I gotta root for the underdog.
A little mid-prediction break to remind everybody that we do have a HyperX headset giveaway going on throughout the course of this stream. If you are on Twitch TV/VR Master League, you can participate in these giveaways and get your chance at a pair of HyperX Cloud 2 headsets. It is, we have 3 that we are giving away. I think we have given away 1 during that bronze matchup, and so there is 2 more to be handed out. So keep your eyes out and make sure you are participating in Twitch chat and get in on that giveaway. Also, a shout out to everybody tuning in across YouTube, Facebook, Venues. We appreciate everybody that is tuning in right now and watching. And if you don't know what Venues is, it is a fantastic space to watch games if you own a Quest or Quest 2. You can go and download the app in the App Store now and watch these VRL matchups on a massive massive movie theater sized screen with a bunch of friends in the same space. It's a really cool way to hang out and enjoy the matches, and we have a ton of people that really love to watch these matchups through Venues. So if you haven't checked it out, I recommend you go and check it out if you have the opportunity. You'll be watching exactly what you're seeing here, but in VR, in the headset with other people. It's really cool. To that end, Kesney, you're not off the hook. What are your predictions? Who is going to win, Raptors or Beginners?
You know, this one's really, really hard. It's kind of one of those things where I feel like it could be either team's games. However, I have to say that it's going to go to Raptors for 2 reasons. First of all, I think Raptors are going to wrap it in 3. I think that they have to. Wow. And I think if it goes beyond 3 rounds, Raptors lose. And I think it's absolutely beginner's game because you start getting into the pressure, you start getting into the wear down. Every game that the Raptors has played to date is either 2 or 3 maps long. They've never experienced a 5-map game series. And so you're going to get into where that experience is going to weigh down on them. The time spent on the maps isn't going to be there. There's not the customs for them to rely on, so that map pool gets really, really narrow. And so the Raptors have to win it in 3. And if they don't, I think they lose it.
Ooh. Oh. Almost fell out of my chair on that prediction there. Trip, what are you coming out here with today? Raptors and Beginners. Who do you think's going to win? It's got me thinking. I mean, Raptors 3-0, that would be... I don't know I don't know, Trip. What do you got?
All right, so follow along with me. This one's going to be difficult. So I said Peacekeepers in the last one, and they lost, right? So what I'm going to say here is Beginners just understand what I'm saying, okay? You're following along. You're picking up what I'm putting down.
Yeah, a little bit of that NA, and a little bit of that NA blood runs through. Blood runs thicker than water, I think, is what the NA pride coming in. I get you, but interesting Beginners prediction there. Love to hear that coming in from Trip to offset it. And yeah, I really coming in from me. I'll put my hat in the ring too. I could just skip on, but I'll throw it out in there too. I think Raptors are gonna get a map at least. They will. I don't think Beginners are gonna make this in 3-0. That's just not gonna happen. But I can't really envision Beginners losing 2 maps in a row, really. So I guess I'm going to predict 5. We're going to get to 5 today, and it's going to be Raptors at the end. I think they're going to surprise us. We're going to get a crazy 5th map, and that's what I'm throwing out there. That'll be my prediction. So that's all of us on the desk. You've heard it here from the analyst desk. We are going to take a quick break, and we will be prepped and ready to dive in to our championship matchup for Season 11. Raptors versus Beginners. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back with our Season 11 Finals matchup. Welcome, everybody, to our Raptors Beginners Season 11 VRML Championships. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's. I'm joined by my co-caster, Trip, with some say 3 nips, allegedly. It's a rumor that circulates out there. And the voice in the sky, our analyst, the Sky Joker, fittingly up there in the sky. And so I can just actually refer to the sky as the sky, and he'll come down and give us his opinion, which will be great. Trip, how are you feeling today? We get to cast what is, in my opinion, one of the most hyped finals we've had in a long time.
I'm super excited. I'm so ready for this. Yeah. I don't know what to expect. I really don't. I feel like both these teams could bring out the caps and throw everyone off their guard. I don't know. I know Beginners seasonally have held on to strats until the finals. So like they'll just pull out some massive plays that you've never seen, but they've been practicing it all season long.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean, we got to look at the pick bans right away because we do have teams in lobby ready to go for this first map. Suburbia being banned by Raptors and Quarantine being banned by Beginners. It leaves us with a bit of both, right? We do have some range, Snow Peak Downfall there, but we still have some close quarters like Cargo and Subway, which is where we're headed for map number 1. I mean, what are your thoughts on these bans, Trip? Do they make sense from, is it a ban of strength or weakness from these teams?
I think it's a ban. So the Beginners ban on Q1, I think, is a ban of Raptor strength. I don't think they want to play Raptors on there. Suburbia, Beginners are very good at that. So I think they're both banning strengths across the board. Yeah, I think that they just don't, they want to take away those strongest maps.
Yeah, and I mean, this is probably a lot getting factored in from the game that was just played, right, the other yesterday in the semifinals. They're looking at that footage and saying, okay, they played Suburbia and they played it well. We can't really go up against some of these strats, so we're going to just get rid of that. To the same end, Beginners saying, yeah, Quarantine off the table. We don't want to mess around with that much variety, a threat of cap there on the table. Sky, I mean, what are your thoughts on our first map where we're headed here, Subway with Raptors and Beginners?
Oh man, again, one of if not the most played map that we've seen this season. I mean, teams are just battling it back and forth, and I think it could go either way, to be honest. I know Raptors really enjoy this, and Beginners are quite good at the teamwork on this, so it could go either way.
Trip, we don't have to wait any longer. We are getting into the action. Round number 1.
Raptors.
Cheer from Raptors gets them hyped, and we are hyped on the desk. It begins the Season 11 Finals, and we'll see who are true. Best of the best. And Onward is the ultimate test here in a best of 5. Masono is going to continue forward, pushing up into that catwalk position, and this should be uncontested. Strayjack is actually he's in an audio position. He's going to be waiting for any audio cues, but for now it's a bit of a this first few rounds Trip, they're just going to be touch and go, right?
You got to feel out the opponent and figure out how aggressive they're going to play. And this is a good map to do it on because it plays to both. You could be very aggressive on this map if you want it, or you can take all the time you need, clear your corners. There's multiple approaches to almost every objective in here. And yeah, it's going to be a good one. We are seeing some new plays. We're seeing Pause and Smoils in the basement doing the flashlight and C4 combo. So, which is a great play, a combined play here, because you can't look for the C4 if you are blind, and you can't look. You're gonna die. I don't know how you overpower this play, short of a frag maybe to clear the C4, but you're still gonna be blind coming out of that tunnel.
Yeah, and if anything, it'll draw the fire out, and then that's going to be the indicator to blow the C4 on the other side there. And there's actually 2, so I think maybe one's going to detonate the other is the intention, and that wall explosive will go off. Or maybe this one's a bait, because it's so obvious to have this C4 against the wall. It must just be to draw a false sense of confidence. Meanwhile, up top, Rypick gets the first kill of the day. Raptors started off in a 5v4 on offense.
And that is a very well-known Killinger position. He likes to play there, which I don't understand. It is a terrifying position to play, but he is very good at it. You're exposed from all 3 sides. Pause now coming up, trying to take over. And yeah, you're just so exposed. Like, he doesn't know where those shots came from. It could have been from North Overpass, could have been from North Stairs. There's just so much area to cover. He's one but distorted.
One dead North Stairs, one dead North Stairs.
Rypick gets the first pick and then goes down. He was the standout shooter for Raptors yesterday, and a good refrag. But I mean, instantly the teamwork. Distorted finds the kill back, and then Strajic goes and hunts down Distorted. I mean, this is what you get at a high level. The refrags are very consistent, and you almost have to be ready for it. You know, when you're playing up against these teams, you have to be ready for these rotations to come and hit you where you're not expecting it. Because that was just a great little swing out there from Strayjack. He comes back down into the basement. He's here to reinforce. And Beginners tie it up 3-3.
There is the shots onto the fake C4. Now, I want to go back and talk about that Strayjack rotation, though. That was a super aggressive play. You don't see people swing out of basement up onto the platform. But he did that because he had a defender up there. Icy Woods was able to let him know probably that it's clear, or we at least have control, so he could make that rotation.
Still, though, they're not done clearing out the upstairs. Masono is there in the catwalk. Strajak is peeking the stairwell there, and so there is an opportunity for Masono to find some kills here, or at least one, and start off a push down into the basement side. And as I say that, Strajak just dips down the stairs, barely dodges the shots from Masono. Masono says, "Well, that is that spawn given away," and rolls off.
Yeah, but now he's rolling right into Icy Woods potentially. Once you know someone's on the overpass, if they try and come down either way, it's a good coverage from the defense. Leaving it would be the best option here and rotating away, but there are the shots from Icy Woods, that tight angle.
4-1 down, south overpass.
Leaves us to the basement, where they are clearing out C4, and C4 is getting detonated. Soldiers catches Smoils, trying to use that flashlight for a bit of cover, shoots right over it and gets the first kill, and now they've lost basement control. Woods has to crash down, as Strajak's the only one here to defend, and so we're into a 2v2, and Raptors not making this easy as we start here on Subway.
Woods coming all the way down onto the platform, I think, is a little bit more aggressive than it needed to be. We've seen a couple of rotations here where you put that last or second to last defender up on the stairs, and they have to run past your line of sight. And no one looks up the stairs when they're running towards an objective. There's obviously a guy in front of them. And it's just so hard to deal with both. But now both of the beginners have moved over towards the objective and are stacking up on there. Icy Woods scavenging the bodies, and it looks like he's going to be just a secondary here. We're going to let Strajak take the shots, try and deal with it. Now he's rotating back. And I think he's going to go to the position that I was just talking about. I think he's going to go to the top of the stairs there.
Yeah, 50 seconds left on the clock. They are running out of time. Marksman has to make this push, and Woods is going to get tight and close. He throws some utility around, and he's spotted quickly by Marksman. The nade doesn't go as far as he wants it. Woods goes down on the corner. That leaves it up to only Strajak in a 1v2. 35 seconds, and he has to hold tight around objective. He has a piece of utility that he's waiting to use, waiting for this team to get closer to objective. It's going to be a flash. Is Strajak going to be able to double flash here? Almost gets tagged in the shoulder. Gets the flash around the corner, but it hits nobody. And he now has a 1v2. He can't get it. Soldiers takes the shots. They land their first round of the day, and it's a Marsoc one at that. A heck of a way to kick off Subway for this team. Whew. Sky, we got to go to you for your thoughts between these rounds. There's a lot to digest there, but what a start here to the series.
Oh man, there were so many things to look at there. Something to touch up on. A very interesting defense from beginners. As I mentioned a little bit before in previous casts, their biggest concern was holding the middle platform. They invested a lot of resources into that middle platform, and then the two directly on the tunnel exit. And I think that was a good call. They had the good positions. I think Raptors were just a little bit on the money with their shots, and I think that's what ultimately gave them the win, and a solid tunnel push.
Yeah, I agree.
The middle platform push forced the defenders out of their lower positions. We saw, I believe it was Strajak eventually had to take over Killinger's position, which weakened the tunnel defense, and I think that's what ultimately helped them in their final assault.
Yeah, it was a very nice coordinated attempt there from Raptors. The refrag's really a key element in keeping that in line for beginners. If they didn't find those refrags off of those kills, up the first initial pick there from Rypick, it could have been even worse. You know, they would have had the threat to worry about on objective down that stairwell, but they shut that down. They shut down the catwalk, but the basement push just executed so well. And yeah, love to see Raptors coming out here and shooting, like you said, Sky, shooting accurate, on point, and starting off their day very good. Now they go on the defense in a basement objective. They can hold this one tight. They'll start off with a nice 2-0 lead. To that end, we can never let that's never good enough, right? Against beginners, Trip. It's never 2 points is barely enough.
Come on.
2 points is barely a lead, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Let's see how aggressive Raptors are going to get on their defense. Rypick taking south stairs turnstiles. Is he going to move all the way up? He is. Looking for those feet. It's going to be a good, solid defensive position. But it doesn't look like beginners are going to come that way, as they've got 4 downstairs and Smoils in the catwalk. That's going to be a very strong push.
Yeah, it's beginners' turn to attack now, and what do we see come out from them is the big question. Are they going to bring in some variety, some new plays? Are they going to try and play this fast out the tunnel and sort of overwhelm the basement? It would work against their defense, but in this situation, I don't know if it will, since it is a 4-man stack down here waiting for some kind of entry to come through.
Yeah, and they are watching their 6. They had Stragic there, was watching the stairs, but I'm not seeing any explosives. So how much time do you spend clearing if you can't find an explosive? I mean, at what point do you just assume that it's clear? Do you wait until that 30-second mark? You get a couple of frags out. That'll do a good job of clearing it.
Yeah, the thing is, the C4s are actually placed over by Masono and Distorted. You can see one there on the stairwell. That small light up above the stairs is going to be waiting to be detonated. The thing is, that can be triggered by a well-placed nade at the bottom of the stairwell. The question is, are beginners going to be doing that? Do they have the utility? Are they even going to make that entry there? Smoils is up top. He may potentially swing down, but for now, we're going to keep our eye, I suppose, on Rypic. I thought Smoils was going to drop out for the catwalk, but he's actually now dropping back himself. He may join his team in the basement soon enough.
Seems like Rypic's getting a little antsy. He has repositioned to the yellow room. Hearing those call-outs underneath him from Killinger. More explosives in the tunnel. Are we going to have a tunnel push? A 5-man tunnel push? I mean, that would be...
Yeah. What I wonder.
I don't know. There's just so much potential for that to go wrong.
Right, but with this defense, there isn't. There's no C4 placed above their exit. I mean, if they just pile out here, it's soldiers on the back. They swing and kill soldiers, and maybe some smokes. They can take control of this tunnel and really then make it the battle of the pillars, where Raptors defense tries to negotiate shooting between those pillars to hit their targets, while beginners have the cover of the 3/4 cover of that little defilade there from being down in the train tracks. So again, we'll see what the push is like. It's standard beginners for now, though. They are putting out their normal strats because, frankly, Raptors don't know what a standard beginners looks like, right? They haven't played against beginners. They haven't played against this EU team. They don't know what a 1 minute, 30-second push looks like coming from this squad.
They haven't felt the pain. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah. But to that end, if they've done their research, they know that it's possible. So if they're ready for it, you know what's going to happen. I don't know. We'll see what beginners
Knowing
play
it's
looks like.
happening and being used to it happening are 2 entirely different things in this game, though.
Yeah, it's true. You can know beginners are pushing you in a minute and a half, but it's still their execution is always quite good. Rypic there. Certainly, Soldiers doesn't get flashed. Killinger pops down. Marksman immediately swings off of this, and Killinger finds 2. A double, 2 for 1. Opens up this exit. They have full control of the basement on this side. And that is the start of beginners' push with 2 minutes now on the clock.
Putting beginners up 1 man on the offense. Rypic gonna try and make his way back towards the stairs. Yes.
That's a risky play as Smoils is there. He is up top.
Rypic has no idea. Who's going to see who first? I mean, do you really expect someone to just be standing on the platform out in the open? Like, is that where you're looking when you're attacking this position?
Super off meta spot here. Smoils will scan. So look at the stairs for heads.
Oh, Rypic's looking the other way when Smoils makes that rotation. Smoils sees him now. He has it. There it is. Rypic looked away at just the wrong time.
Now down to Distorted and Masono holding objective. That C4 may come into play. now that they've cleared out, this push could well come down the stairs. I think a little team fire going on up there on the 2nd floor.
That was me. Sorry.
Almost a team kill going on. That would have been nice. for Raptors, turn it into a 3-2, but not the case yet. And I wonder if beginners are setting up for some sort of cap attempt.
I think that I've heard 3 frags go out, so I don't know if they have that many more. Killington not going out the corner. Swings to get Messino. Distorted takes him down with the C4.
Ooh, gets the second kill, can't find the third. Woods using that train track to move up, finds the final kill. A solid attempt there on defense from Raptors, but beginners, being beginners, execute well in that final minute. And Sky, your thoughts on that round?
So the entire first 5 minutes of that was just pure brute force out of beginners. All we saw was full team push, with the exception of Smoils being out there just kind of lurking for a possible flanker. But the rest of the beginner squad just full on pushing the tunnels, pre-firing for a possible push out from what I assume would be soldiers down in the engine room, and then looking for C4, and then clearing out the outside exit of that tunnel. And then as soon as they gained control of all that, the last 60 seconds was them spreading out, staging up, and then their final assault. It was very well executed.
Yeah, it's like, I think the best word is methodical for that kind of play, right? You know, we've used it in the pre-shows, describe beginners. You know, some consider it slow, but it really isn't. There is purpose behind their timings and their interactions, and they are clearing and being cautious with their play here. And it is one style that beginners have really mastered, and really, I don't see it executed by any other team, truly. I mean, very rarely do you see squads waiting for that final 2 minutes to try and make their push.
Yeah, and it's more of a mind game. Nothing that beginners do has to wait for that. They're not, I mean, they are clearing in some instances, but a lot of times they're just sitting and waiting.
Yeah.
And they want you to get a little antsy, which works well in their favor.
All right, who's going?
If you're
Horseshoe?
used to this style of play, this is nothing. It does nothing. It doesn't phase you at all. And beginners are very used to this style of play.
Go to a new objective now. Every 2 rounds, we switch objectives as we do switch sides each objective. And so Raptors back on the attack, and they get what is considered a pretty quick spawn. They can storm up these stairs and challenge anybody that does want to peek these corners. Smoils there, peeks it with a flash. He's fortunate enough to not be tagged, and they all quickly drop back. Look at this beginners defense. They all swung up. They threw their flashes. They didn't find the kills they wanted. They didn't see the sort of offensive style they were expecting, and they all then rotate back. A very I honestly have only seen it happening in this postseason. It's something I haven't really seen much of from defenses.
On the Chinatown objective, there's not any reason to push out aggressively. There are 3 doors that they can come in through, and they have to come in to cap. It makes more sense to have overlapping fields of fire, overlapping angles, and let them come to you. The more of the map that they have to clear, especially with that early push out, you put it in their mind that there might be someone more aggressive in their defensive position. And then they have to clear regardless of where you're at. You could all be sitting around the objective doing kumbaya, and they're still going to have to clear all of these angles before they get there.
Yep, very true. As we see this happening now, Distorted is clearing some angles. He tries to clear the C4, but it gets detonated and right in his face. So that is a full kill.
There's also another C4 from Woods over on the overpass alley. Oh, but a nade!
How is that even down? Right across the site. I don't even see that. No.
Camera 5 has a C4 on it, and I wonder if that's going to play out because it's actually facing backwards. So once Icy Woods can see them, they won't be able to see the C4. If he can see them, they're in explosion range. So he just needs to stay alive long enough to clack that clacker.
Yeah, the question is, will they scan behind them like that and check?
Nobody ever looks up.
A little bit of a back and forth here down the hallway. Individuals poking out. Marksman just swinging on the corners, taking shots. The same going for Paz, doing the exact same thing on the corner there, peeking out and just shooting rounds down range. In the meanwhile, Soldiers and Strayjack trade. Strayjack fully dead, as is Soldiers. Raptors down to 3, beginners down to 4. Or what this push is going to be here from Raptors, but
They still have enough. There goes another. Pause goes down to
Wow.
Marksman. They still have enough to push every angle at once if they wanted to. Messino would, or Rypick would most certainly die in that instance because he has to deal with more beginners. But Marksman's going to peek the corner. Smoils on the ground prone, misses his shots. And now he just has to pre-fire it while he tries to stand up or back off. Marksman just staying alive, wiggling back and forth across that end of the alleyway.
I mean, he's doing well to split their attention. That's his goal down that lane. He's pulling Smoils away from being able to assist Icy Woods with Rypick's angle. And to that end, Masono will be coming down soon, and then Smoils will really be in bad shape if Killinger goes down. And so if this Raptors offense can execute here off this swing, it's going to be big. Marksman actually finds Smoils. Killinger pops out to tag Masono. Marksman with the double finds a huge play for him as he locks in what could be a round here on offense. Woods is going to peek on the corner. He's there with a nade. The flash comes out. Marksman tucks in. He then swings. It doesn't get him in the trade on OBJ. Raptors take the Marsoc round with Rypick alive on the backside. They are up 2-1.
Marksman putting in work, 6 and 3 right now.
I mean, I think we got it on replay there. Some big kills coming in from Marksman. To be able to tag the first one he does, Masono, and then to kill Killinger, he's just, to react off of those shots like that is so good. And you love to see these clutch plays come in. Raptors, again, not making it. This is what it's going to be. There's no easy rounds here from any one of the from either team. Beginners and Raptors have to fight every inch for these points, and now beginners have to snag a Marsoc round on this objective. And I almost feel like Marsoc have been playing it better lately. I don't know what the reasoning is, but I feel like the strategies from Marsoc have really been trumping the defenses that Volk has been trying to throw.
I just want to know how much panic there was in Marksman when he was not paying attention and Woods comes around the corner. He's mid-reload. Woods has a grenade in his hand. Both of them see each other and just panic and run away. And then, yeah, like, that's, whew.
Yeah, you know, and Woods threw that flash with confidence, thinking it would go far enough to get him around the corner. But it just doesn't, and he's able to pop back out, get those shots, and trade for that kill. A huge round for Raptors, and that full minute and a half cooks down. Get ready for now a defensive round from Raptors, and beginners trying to bounce back from
What do we have?
a bit of a
We have
bumpy
frog in the
start.
press.
I've got a frog
Smokes.
here if you want it.
Not now, not now.
I made it for main alley.
You've got 4 more maps that they can bounce
They
back
also
on.
had one by IC's bed.
Indeed, there is a
One
lot
like on the
of
corner of Spartan.
Onward
Flash
ahead of
also-
us. And if it's anything like this trip, I'm going to be very happy.
Being once again beginners, pushing up through the south stairs aggressively. Watch pre-firing that corner. Rypick not going to opt to take it, but he does get pause on a tight or a long angle, and then Killinger comes around the corner and just finishes that. They're not having any of that.
Yeah, Soldiers was going to challenge Smoils, but Smoils just dumps rounds on the corner and just says no. Nobody is pushing up here. All the way back, he falls, and they're tied up now 4-4. Managing to get rid of that forward defense. And Raptors defense, a lot like beginners, but they stayed a little bit too long. Rypick hung around just a touch too long. I think he got hit by a nade on that corner there, or he just peeked too much, and they got him, but
Killinger actually charged him. He was so I don't understand why he was there after the shot started ringing out. Like the point of that position is to know, okay, they're coming this way, and there were multiple people shooting at the corner. He held a very tight angle so that he could hit the alley going away from him.
I do
but
like
then
that.
Killinger was up on the wall closest to him, which then just you can't cover all of it without swinging him out, and so Killinger comes around the corner and gets a kill. 1 for 1, not the worst thing in the world.
Killinger there just taking some resources from his downed teammates. And beginners taking their time. It is a patience game for this team. And Woods has been this whole time waiting for sort of a flank to come in from the north, and it hasn't. And so now he's popped out from that basement position, the subway, and has started to move up through the catwalk. He will eventually be a pretty good threat, and he'll line up with the rest of his team who are now starting to move forward just a bit. To that end, soldiers and marksmen should be able to hear all of this. At least soldiers should. So he can give audio cues to his team through either clicking the radio or just communicating that he knows that there's defenders in this alleyway, and at least is information for the Raptors to work with. But I don't know if he wants to give away his position either. It's a common one, but a powerful one there to be holding this lane.
Killinger getting some more utility, some flashes out. Clearing common spots behind that trash can, very common spot. Now they have to move up and clear the, what is the term for this? It's not an alley.
Alcove?
Alcove, yes, that's the word. They have to clear that while also clearing the dumpster in the far right, which is a tough way to play, especially if there are defenders in either of those or both of those. You get that crossfire again. So it's a rush in and take a couple shots maybe.
Yeah, it's a very late defense here for this market, and it's a bit risky. If smoke's coming on that corner, you can really deny a lot of vision. You can cap under the smoke there if there's not enough suppressive fire, but they do have distorted with an LMG on the corner, so he will be able to just dump rounds through any smoke that comes through here.
Killinger clearing the alcove as well, a little bit of pre-fire there. And now they have control of that alley. Do they? That's another one, making sure that dumpster is extra dead.
Smoils is in the meanwhile just kind of pre-firing some different spots down his lane. He'll eventually be making his way to challenge soldiers, and I bet you by the time he's ready to challenge, that's when we're going to see the push come in onto Distorted onto this corner. But until then, they're just going to be putting out suppressive fire and really trying to bait out rotations.
Twin yellow lasers of Raptors on this corner here. Killinger checking the dumpster, looking for a body, looking for anything he can see. Anything goes for the throw. Blinded, but Distorted doesn't move his hold and gets the kill while blind.
There's one down on objective. Woods now able to dump suppressive fire out. Smoils swings around and finds his kill, and Marksman is in a bad spot. He is surrounded by an attack right now, and he's trying to deal with it. Masono gets confirmed. The pressure here on objective. Beginners say, hey, you can take Marsoc rounds too. And with 3 left alive, storm in onto this defense. 30 seconds left. Standard beginners stuff is working for them, and Raptors are going to have to adjust because this is going to keep coming. Sky, what are your thoughts?
Man, it is nothing but pressure after pressure from these beginners, guys. Again, we saw the just brute force coming down of that alleyway, and Rypick not quite reacting to fall back enough, him losing his life. Did manage a 1-for-1 trade, but ultimately might have been better off staying alive there. And then it was just a matter of the attacks coming in from all directions. All of that stimulus coming in. It's really hard to... As a Raptor defense, you're sitting in the middle of this market and you just hear shots from one alleyway, then shots from the same alleyway, then from another alleyway, and it's like, where do we focus? How do we react to this? Because we have no idea when this attack is coming.
Yeah, you saw Marksman there really kind of panicking too. Not panicking, but scrambling to defend all those different positions. He had the res behind him he could have taken, and he didn't do it. And it's just all this processing that you have to do, and when you're getting bullets thrown at you underneath all of that, yeah, it's certainly chaos and tough to process.
Yeah, and a little pro advice for teams that go up against beginners. If you hear an LMG and it's nowhere near objective, it's Smoils. He's just out there doing his thing. Ignore it. If it's not danger close, it's not a danger. Okay, Smoils is just out there shooting rounds into the sky.
He is the maybe a pioneer of suppressive fire. He's certainly one that has used it frequently and often in league play and does it well. We now switch objectives yet again, and we're headed over to the north now. We'll see how Raptors decide to attack this. We just saw a cap come in from Vikings to lock in their third place position on this exact objective. I want to know what this attack's going to look like. That's a flash that doesn't quite go far enough. A flash and a smoke thrown out on defense, and Killinger is able to push forward far enough where he can then throw his utility. Nades and more flashes come forward. Distorted and Soldiers hang on, but Marksman goes down behind. Here comes more utility up and over the top. The nade goes a bit deep, but we are in a battle through the smokes. Distorted goes down. Killinger just finds it through the smoke, able to punch those rounds. More utility coming down, and this is the beginner's defense.
Some risky throws there from Smoils with the flashbang onto Killinger, but it did stop the defense or the offense as well. There's the he gets res and immediately goes down after Soldier just watches his teammate crumble in front of him. Now Pratt's gonna catch Killinger. What a nice backboard there. That's 2 for 1. Advantage beginners.
Barely see in the darkness of this alleyway, but it is chaos. Beginners doing well to shut this down. Raptors still have 3 left. Masono and Rypick are there watching for any flanks. They're watching the back. They're really reserve soldiers almost. But I wonder what now their plan is going to be. Are they going to continue to try and apply the pressure here in the north? They've got rid of 1, you know, they only have 2 more to go, and then they have control of the objective.
Paz is holding a flash. He's already pulled the pin, so he has no other options. He is holding a flash. I think he's waiting for Smoils to die. I think he's actually using him as bait.
Mid of 4, echo 3.
There's at
Call
least
outs from
one,
FG
here, but I'm not sure.
giving
He has done
kill
something.
counts
Two or
and
double.
information to his team saying, hey, it might be 1, maybe 2. Same information comes out on the beginner side. Everyone can talk to each other. Surprised Smoils hasn't started talking to each other, but he does find another kill.
Echo 2, killed one here.
Echo 2, beta 4.
It's just not allowing easy control of this lane. I'm not sure what the thought process was there to just
People
charge
speaking on the
forward.
radio that we have people here, so it might be 2 of them are somewhere in the basement.
Beginner's actually off by 1 on their kill count. They think there's 1 more alive.
He can just confirm.
Can't hear Icy's voice at all.
It just shows you how much they play off the voice comms there. He knew there was 1 in the corner. Now does he know Rypick has taken up that position? Will Smoils peek out far enough to challenge that? He doesn't have to. Looks like he is looking for
Raptors,
information there.
They just have to make a decision. They cannot just maintain this stance for the entire round. They have to make a decision. They have to either push this corner or they have to fall back and go south or overpass. They have to move, though. Rypick now proning up in the north alley.
I crashed.
Ooh,
crashed.
Pause
Can you
says
kill
he
me? Can you knife
crashed.
me?
Oh,
You'll have to knife
I'll
me.
shoot you.
He's gonna
I'll
have
shoot you.
Smoils is gonna have to kill
Yeah, it's frozen.
Pause.
Yeah, you have to. It's not going to recover.
And off of that shot, Rypick challenges, gets the trade on the corner. Beginners lose both in the north. So now Strajek and Woods have to crash back, but they're fortunate enough that Masono isn't aware of what's going on. How could you be? That's such a strange situation to unfold there. But for those wondering, the reason he killed him is that if for some reason he were left alive and everybody else died, then a cap could come through. He would be alive up top. So out of safety, he calls for the his teammate to kill him. Even though it didn't look like, I still saw him moving in game. So a bit of a strange crash, to say the least. But defense has crashed back onto objective now, and so we'll see what Masonok can do in a 1v2 that he doesn't know he's in with 1 minute and 20 left.
Yeah, no accurate kill counts on either side now because beginners were off by 1, and that last kill was a trade. So an unknown number of attackers still. Potentially 3 is what's on their mind. So beginners are playing it like there's 3 alive.
See what this
Casino
push
taking
looks
a
like.
great approach, though. I mean, just
Yeah.
bypassing the entire middle platform, going to come up these stairs. But those stairs are right where Strajac is watching. And if Messino isn't looking that way when he peeks his head up over right there.
Oh, it's Strajac. Dialed in. As soon as the head pops up, he's there to find the kill. Beginners lock in their defensive round and push this into a space where they could potentially come out 5-2. Not necessary, though. So, I mean, really, we're not going to see a cap, right? The points don't matter here at all. It's just winning the maps. That's all they need. And so I doubt, I mean, I don't know. A cap maybe is the easier way to win this objective in some cases.
Yeah, I mean, if it's open and you have the cap and then you're like, okay, we're not going to go for that. We're going to wait for a rotation. That could turn out really bad for you. I mean, that guy could swing around the corner or throw a frag on objective and turn the tides very quickly. So whatever you can do at this point to secure this round. And honestly, what I really want to see, and I'm pretty sure I'm not going to see it from beginners because I don't think they play this way, but I want to see a 5-man push across the platform. It works so well. People are not ready for it.
Yeah, it'll be...
We haven't seen it yet. Maybe they will. They do weird things in the finals. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that heavy utility defense was definitely unique. I haven't seen that heavy of a commitment to that lane on a defensive side like that in a while, at least. And I mean, they were just so ready for Raptors to try and push that. And I mean, really, if you look back, it's got to be... There's a lot to process here competitively, right? You know that this team just watched a squad cap to win on that objective. So you probably can assume, hey, they're probably thinking, let's try the same thing. Let's cap from the north and go for that, you know? And so then they defend and get... There's so much that you have, at the high level, that they have to be factoring in here, or that they can factor in, that they then have to bring in. And then on top of that, hit your shots, play coordinated, and compete at a level that they are competing at. It's really impressive to see, and it's so fun to watch. Beginners, always a tough opponents, no matter where they are or who they're competing against. And Raptors now on defense. We'll see if they can hold against the beginners' attack.
So that's the secret to great plays, is you play everything like a blank slate. You just completely forget everything you know.
Ooh.
There's a flash, another flash coming over, perfect. Another one perfect. Killinger's gonna come around the corner, Marksman's gonna die.
It's fast.
There's a D4, there it is. The suicide D4 there.
A lot of utility. Flashes flying up. Soldiers comes up to confirm a double. A big kill from him.
Two down.
Eliminates this beginner's offense up top. But now there's going to challenge on the corner, and Woods actually finds his kill. So now they have control here. The rest of beginners can reinforce from their back positions where they're watching the flank, and they can continue this push down. I don't think it's going to be slow, but after this kill from right pick, maybe it is. 2v3. Strajac and Smoils have to reevaluate their choices in life.
But see,
Let's go.
as opposed to the Raptors, beginners are going to make the rotation. They're choosing to go the other way. They're not going to keep pushing that north stairs.
They're going to bait it, though.
Strajac with a smoke. There we go, yeah.
And so that's just a little audio noise, a little distraction that he's trying to draw in there from the Raptors defense so that they keep looking north, so that they have this time to rotate and can then potentially surprise them by springing up from the basement. Just, I don't know, where's the rest of this defense is. They do actually have one position to catch this, and it's distorted deep in the tunnel. So,
That's not going to catch anything if they take the
He'll catch the
Oh,
cross,
that-
the ultimate
yeah,
cross
catch
it'll
that,
get,
yeah.
you know. It's a late angle that he's just going to wait for this team to push out to, and I don't know. You have to, hard to check, hard to find. You know, he's so deep and camouflaged in this tunnel. You can barely see him on cam until we cut him through a wall, and then you see the outline a little bit better. There is a defender there in the darkness, if you can believe it or not. And yeah, he's just waiting for this deep angle. To that end, they also have still Mason and Rypick alive on objective, but it becomes pretty dicey when you have to peek out on this sharp corner and challenge anybody that is also pushing you. It's just a 50-50, you know, who's gonna win sort of trade scenario that they get into. And so, yeah, we'll wait and see what this distorted position looks like, but it's going to be a little while as beginners are going to take their time. They're going to have to clear out a lot of common positions up top here. There's a lot of spaces that you can go that you can really be a big threat, you know, at the basement is one of them, but also here on the catwalk, you can be up on this catwalk space. You can be on either side of the train tunnel. And so there's just a ton of potential threats that they have to clear slowly and methodically. This is all part of their style. They want to be sure that when they move, they have all of their angles cleared. And again, the only trouble is getting rid of distorted is going to require commitment to the cross and some very good shooting.
Yeah, the best thing I think they could do is probably put a flash down there, but I highly doubt that they can get
Or a smoke.
throw that far down the tunnel. Or a smoke. A smoke would blind it. Smoke on both ends, though, which is a lot of utility. Yeah, it's a tough one because, like you said, ooh, Vecino
What an
goes
angle.
down on
Killed one on
objective.
Super
Torres'
tight
position
angle
getting
there from him.
So much more important now.
Yeah, no kidding. A huge
I mean,
defensive
you
position.
gotta think about all the decisions that went into picking the spot, right? The spot, you can rotate back into that alleyway. He's on the right side if you're looking into the tunnel, because on the left side he'd get hit faster on the
Right.
scan. He's trying to be as deep as possible. Smoyle's now scanning it. Even with night vision, it might be hard to see. No, he does see him,
Yeah.
but Distorted takes him down. Strategic now knows he's there, but I mean,
It's
knowing
like
he's there is
yeah, and it's a super nice 4/5 cover head peek here. Incredibly hard to root out. Strajak can't find the shots. Raptors do not let this one go either, and well, as you would almost expect, but well, as we would hope, I suppose, on the death trip, we got ourselves 3-3 for map number 1 of all things. I mean, what a way to kick off this finals. This is Raptors map pick. I think that's important to remember. So it's their comfort zone right now. If they can take this map, it sets them up nicely to at least be able to compete in beginners' comfort zone, because that's where we're headed next, a space that beginners know they can excel in. And I don't know where that is. I think it could be potentially Snow Peak. They've been playing that well. It could be Downfall. They play that against aggressive teams very well. They have very good tight kill box defenses, and their their methodical style of offense works well on Downfall. And so I don't know. Raptors are not going to have an easy map too, to say the least. So this is their best chance at least getting that one map I predicted would get secured. And then if they can get another, it's like I said, we're going to all 5. That's my prediction. And so I don't know about 3-3 for all 5 maps, so that would be, I mean, geez, that's a lot of Onward to be played at this level.
Well, we are moving to a new objective. Joker, how do you feel about this particular one?
This objective actually challenges my love for North Stairs being my favorite on this map. I absolutely I really enjoy seeing how teams choose to attack this objective with the late south stairs push, a heavy south stairs push, a heavy west alley push. There's just so many different things you can do, and it's really interesting to see how defenses set themselves up in order to try and deal with those possibilities. I just love the versatility of this objective.
Yeah, there's chance for new plays, and beginners are getting aggressive on their defensive rollout, a style we've seen work for them well. They can set up for the eventual push that is coming from this north side, and they're not going to overextend. So they're going to allow Raptors to get marketplace control. They'll hear all that audio cue from Killinger tucked into the alcove. And that'll be all information gained that they can then work with on defense. Either that or Raptors are going to throw a little something out here and play this one a bit slow out the gate. And this has got to, I mean, I like this.
So we're seeing a play over in the Sex Shop Alley made famous by Gritter. The flashlight C4 combo with a nice placement too. Probably hidden from the attack behind that sign. I don't know if Raptors are going to be ready for this. And, you know, a lot of times we see people put out C4, but then the player holding the clacker dies. They're too aggressive. They're peeking the corner. And I don't think we're going to see that here. I think beginners have the fortitude to hold Smoils hiding behind the objective, which I don't recall. I know it's been bulletproof at times. It's been not bulletproof other times. So I don't recall what its current status is, but I'm sure that these teams have tested it and know that is gonna at least obscure my view, potentially be full cover.
Yeah, I think it is bulletproof, so they have that cover there. And yeah, teams have been using it pretty often for this defensive position. It's just a good, solid spot to be in. You're not pushed into a corner. You have options to kind of peek left and right, and that rotating satellite can soak rounds as well. So there's just a lot of advantage to being up against the objective like that. And yeah, at the same time, also great camouflage. Blends right in. Super hard to ID. If we get rid of the ability to see through walls, I mean, look at what you're looking at there. It looks just like the objective, an extension of the objective. It doesn't look like an enemy looking at you down his sights.
Raptors doing a lot of communication here, talking, not worried about giving their positions away, just communicating that what they're clearing, where they're coming from. Messino watching their flank on the north stairs, and you've got Rypick slowly creeping up into the overpass, but I think Stragic might be ready for this. They're about to meet now.
Wow. Stragic misses the shots on the tight corner. Rypick dips back, then back out, finds the kill, and that is catwalk opened up. And look at how it changes the defense. Everybody falls off. Killinger drops back. Paz is now alone. They don't have the Alco defensive position. It's now Raptors control here to push forward. Paz is in a tough spot. If he's stuck here, super vulnerable to utility.
Super vulnerable. I don't know if he wants to leave. He just got flashed, and that frag just barely missing the backdrop there. They're trying to drop him down on top of him, which is a very practiced throw. Marksman now creeping up solo. I see Woods connecting with Rypick on the south stairs.
One down south stairs.
Such a hard push. They can see, defenders can see your feet before you can see them. And there's no cover, there's nothing. You just have to come up the stairs, gun up, and hope that you can outshoot people, which Rypick is a very good snapshot.
Back over to that C4 pistol placement. Distorted and Soldiers wondering what their approach is going to look like. And I wonder if they're going to nade the corner. There's a common way to clear this out. Flash goes deep there. C4 still isn't detonated. Soldiers did check, and I think he called it clear.
Distorted standing right. And there it goes. He peeked the corner. Spoils, blows it, but the nade. The nade catches him, and the res comes out.
On both sides. Moyles is going to get picked up as well, but he is going to drop off of that objective. A nice toss there to counter that common defensive position, and we're just looking at a great bit of back and forth here on analyzing the strategies. They know how teams like to defend and attack. The next question is, how are VR Marksman and Mason going to push this? They got to know Paz and Killinger are in these positions. These are very common spots for this lane.
Distorted, not running night vision. He's on the corner. He comes around firing, goes down. Smoils gets that. Smoils has been hurt. Now FG is going to try and move that flashlight and take some shots from Smoils. Risky play there, trying to redirect the flashlight. Mason gets Killinger in the overpass. Pause. gets the refrag. Now Marksman knows he's there, but Pause takes him down as well and rotates back to the objective. Now it's a 1-on-2 on objective. I see Woods and Pause both know where FG Soldiers is. The utility starts coming out. 45 seconds left on the clock. Soldiers has to make a move. He doesn't have enough time to rotate.
He's just hunting. Woods and Pause know the time limit. They know he has to push in. They're holding that cross. Woods maybe concerned about a... No, he's not watching this out. They're both dialed in here. As I say that, he dips off. Pause finds... Soldiers actually finds Pause, and Woods here is hunting. Woods goes down. Raptors!
Oh my god. Again? That's the second day in a row.
Soldiers with the clutch. You can hear the celebration. But the double kill locked in for him puts Raptors up 4-3 on map 1. They have taken a early map lead against Beginners in this best of 5. Sky. Whoa.
I was just about to say how Beginners had such a great defense there. They had 2 lines crossing. I mean, all they had to do was wait. And he just got them both. Oh, it's crazy.
It's so uncharacteristic for Beginners for them to peak there. You know, normally they're very good and disciplined at staying tucked in. But I don't think they had an accurate kill count. I was watching Woods continuing to check his south side, worried about a potential flank. And maybe they just didn't know where he was coming from. He could have rotated downstairs. They were, they just didn't know. But either way, the Raptor, the double coming in there from Soldiers, huge for him to lock in this map. And now momentum is at least somewhat in their favor. Beginners going to Matt Pick. They almost won this map. I mean, again, Sky Joker, I want to get your thoughts on this first map of the day, Subway here, and how it just ended.
Wow. I mean, Beginners had that. They had the defense. They were really solid on holding that, and they had the angles, but the way Soldiers approached that alleyway, I mean, it was so calculated. The way he took down Smoils because he knew where he was from where he got taken down by from Distorted, and it became a 1v3, then a 1v2, and the way he hugged the wall along the alleyway on the left side, narrowing the angles that he could get shot from while also maximizing what he could see on the other side. He knew there was one on both sides, so he tried to mitigate what could see him. And the way he just cleared that was so solid.
Wow.
You give him an A+ on the trigonometry test?
Oh, 100%. The angles were there.
Yeah, he could do well in pool, I think, to say the least. But a great bit of play from Raptors there. A Marsoc win to lock it in, of all things. Again, where we go to map number 2 is Beginner's Choice. And so I wonder where it is. I can have Sky pull up the stats on the side and he can get the info for us. But, so far, Beginners playing well, and now they go to their comfort space. They, like we said, they play well on long-range maps like Downfall. They can play well on Snow Peak. They can do well on really, truly any map. Suburbia is off the table, as Raptors did not want to face Beginners on Suburbia because they had played it so good yesterday. And now Quarantine also off the table. So it does leave us, to spaces that Beginners are going to want to go to their comfort zone, and map 2 is going to be Downfall. Not really any surprise from me, not really a surprise on Trip's face when this map gets picked either. We both kind of knew it was coming, but it does show you that Beginners are, they're on their back foot. They have to go someplace that they feel they're confident they can win. And if Raptors take Downfall, Trip, I mean, that's, I think we're on pace for Kesney's prediction to come true with a 3-0 Raptors.
Raptors do have a marksman. I mean,
it's true.
It's in his name.
And he is their standout shooter. Raptors are no slouch on ranged maps. It's a great point, Trip, to be bringing in marksman. He'll bring in that 12 times. He'll bring in the long range. He'll bring in that 2 times the flip sight, and he'll hit people from long range. He's a great shot with any rifle, really, and so. He's a threat. Rypick's been playing well today as well. He's always someone you got to watch out for who's shooting. And I mean, to that end, Beginner's defense almost counters that kind of sniper style because they've had to develop it up against the likes of Boss Fight, who they face off consistently, who has Lonely Viper, who's a fantastic shooter from long range. And so Marksman may not find much success here because the beginner's style is so different than other defenses.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And they don't peek. I mean, well, I say that, but they did, so I don't know what to expect.
True. I know. That's a good point. They did peak, which is very uncharacteristic of them, which did cost them that round. The pressure's on, and so maybe things get a little bit different. I mean, Sky, we've seen beginners play Downfall. What do you think's going to happen here? Is it just going to be... we can't trade Volk rounds, so that doesn't work out for beginners. They need to lock in a Marsoc round here at some point. I mean, what are we going to see?
I'm kind of on the other side of the spectrum from y'all. I'm actually a little bit surprised they picked this just for the fact that they have to win a Marsoc round on a map like Downfall. Again, you mentioned their defenses being ready for a sniper, but it's their offenses that they really need to worry about to take this map. And to go up against a team, I guess they are used to going up a team where they knew they had a sniper, so because of boss fight, so maybe that's not as big of a factor. But yeah, I mean, going into this map, knowing you have to win offense, we'll have to see as the shots come out.
Early shots hitting Distorted in spawn. They are so confused. Raptors do not understand what just happened.
The timer ticked down, and you instantly heard someone get hit by bullets, and it's like, I thought it was a bug, or someone was faking the sound. Yeah, but right out of spawn, they take some shots, and those were silenced. I didn't even hear those, so I don't know if spawn's really given away here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was suppressed
So pause, you would
or just
or
too
if
far
it
away.
was just distance. Yeah.
Well, that's...
Or a bug.
I think Center Hotel just shot
Or
at me.
bug.
Who knows?
There are so many options right now. They all made it to their defensive positions, though. Pick about to go down. Oh, pause, missing those shots onto the hotel stairs. Call outs from Rypick onto Stragic. And now Rypick's moving south, trying to move towards those lower dumpster buildings.
It's an aggressive play. Getting far away from objective, committing heavily to trying and attack this south side, but super risky to be so far away from objective. If they do lose control of the north, Rypick has tremendous rotation to go through.
I wonder if he's trying to get dark room. He looks like he's just trying to get a shot on a Stragic. He takes the shots and keeps rotating. This is a risk. He could have been shot from the South Hills right there, but he makes it up, and now he's standing in the door. He saw some oil, hits him. Pause not there to get the refrag.
Oh, he's about to be. Pops up over the top. Rypick tucks in, though, and Pause is too late now. Does try and stand up and catch him, but Rypick has crouched inside now. And so Pause just completely drops off. He's got coverage from VR Marksman. So if Pause does peek, it would be bad news. And a great pick from Rypick there on this rotation to catch out Smoils on that cross. Just unfortunate timing for beginners.
Such a long shot.
Just east of North
Rypick
Hotel,
calling out and shooting at Icy
west
Woods
of
all
red
the
upper
way
red
across
truck,
the map,
closer to upper red truck,
trying to
the
make it
rock
across the
right
North
there.
Hotel, forcing him to rotate away. And I would say that Woods might not know
White
where
building,
those shots
White
came
Tower,
from.
White House, South White
They
House.
do know
South White
Rypick's
House.
position, though. Pause did call it out. So now the smoke's coming out. Moving Killinger right into the line of fire. Casino has two targets and has to choose one. He chooses Stragic, but he gets behind the wall.
To the south of the tower.
Is that a burst fire M16? I don't think I've seen that brought in very often. Either way, it's Stragic is trying to get rid of Mason. It's just the way he's firing is interesting. Either way, Killinger also advanced forward under the guise of that smoke. The only trouble is Rypick is doing a great job of shutting down the south. So this north push is alone. They have no pinch support. And actually, Rypick has done so good that they have completely dropped off of the north entirely. Paz is rotating, or south entirely. Paz is rotating all the way back to his team. He says, I got shot by Rypick, and I'm not going to continue to challenge that lane.
And the north push is committing so much to watching Rypick's window because he did take shots at them earlier. He has great lines of sight all the way across the map. I mean, he can see all the way to North Hotel. He can cover any cross if he really wanted to.
2 minutes.
The suppressing fire has pushed him back into the room, though, and now Killinger and Stragic both moving up onto the heli building.
I mean, this is actually a really smart play. They know where Rypick is, right? They know he's down there. They've rotated off him entirely. They said, fine, stay over there. We're going to start pushing towards objective. We're going to focus everything in the north. And maybe Rypick will just be left out. Masno does catch one trying to push through the center, but Killinger and Strajic are dialed in here. As soon as he pops up, if he pops up, he's going to be in bad shape.
Killinger can't find him, but Stragic can.
West wall is down.
Now soldiers covering Marksman's backside.
1
Marksman
minute
still
30.
focused on the south. They've got good cross coverage. Killinger should be able to peek soldiers here, though.
Oh, wow. Strajic catches distorted. Raptors are getting picked apart here. 1:15. Things are starting to go beginner's way. They may lock in this first Marsoc round to kick off the start of a map win that they will need. Either way, multiple pushes coming in through. Strajic actually may be able to go for a cap if he can cross past. He's going to get inside. He's inside. He got tagged in the back.
No.
Tablet's out. He doesn't punch in the code. Switches to the gun. Now back to Tablet. Rypick comes charging. He dropped his tablet on the floor, and Rypick shuts him down with a pistol. In the chaos, Marksman now alone in a 1v2 on the corner with the clock ticks down. 45 seconds left.
He's rotating to the right.
Marksman in a
Out.
tough spot. Two people on top of him. Rypick now coming out aggressively on the defense, wants to get back on that objective. Marksman comes around the corner and gets one while he's shooting at Rypick. Rypick gets
What
the
a
second one.
save.
Raptors take it. What is happening? Oh my God.
Rypick just barely hangs on there for him to crash in and get those kills. And then Marksman with his rifle, you know, the 12 times on it, getting close range hip fire shots on the corner. The nice pickup on the backside from Rypick there. What a round for map 2 here. But Raptors take it. Sky. Whew, I mean, I thought beginners were going to get that round on Marsoc for a second, Sky.
If I get any more on the edge of my seat, I'm gonna be on the floor for the rest of this. Oh my goodness. Raptors looked so strong with the angles they had early on, despite being shot at out of spawn by beginners. But then it started to look weak as beginners started hitting their shots and picking off the heads and weakening that defense. And then getting on objective as the hole was very vast because all the attention was on that north push, nobody looking center. Rypick just having the mentality to crash at just the right moment, but he had spent the whole round taking pick shots long range. His gun was either broken or he ran out of ammo and he had to charge in there with a pistol, with the Makarov of all of them, and still managed to clear Strajic off the objective.
Crazy.
I don't think Strajic was fully ready for an open objective, so he wasn't fully ready to commit to punching in that code, and he was just ready to get a kill. But man, the turnaround there.
Something
He dropped
happened.
his tablet,
Yeah.
but I don't know
Where
how.
it was? I don't know how or where it went. I didn't see it on the flight. Something happened
Did
there.
he put it away to get the needle because he got hit? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know what happened, but either way, Raptors are fortunate enough to get this win. And now beginners go on offense, a similar spawn. This is one of, I think, the only Volk objectives that has multiple spawn points. I don't think there's any other Volk objective that does. So a bit of a rarity. They do get a spawn that could have resulted in some early kills. You do see the shots fly in there
Stuck behind rocks
from
by
Rypick,
lower
but
dumpster.
does not
In between lower
result
dumpster and
in
center
any
hotel.
kills. And if anything, Raptors now give away their spawn that they are here in the south. So eyes should be directed from Killinger over into the south side, and they are. Distorted goes down as he tries to make his way through that ravine.
Did the 5.
Moyles with the call out for that spawn took some shots from Marksman as he made the cross. Paw's not able to get where he wanted to, so he's going to move back behind the wall. Maybe he's going to go for that north or that south. Nope, that's the north HQ, and he's going for it in the long lines from Marksman, waiting for him to go in the window, missing. But he has that sniper trained on Paz's position. Now they know where he is. Dragic moving up now in the south. He's on behind the wall at lower dumpster, watching the south or the east, west, the west,
East.
west. No, that's the west.
Southwest. Yes, you're right.
South. Yeah.
Never eat soggy waffles. Okay, so you remember that.
That's the only valley exit that really matters here. You can let them come out the other way, and someone else will cover that. The cross from upper dumpster is much more difficult. And you don't need to shut that down. You can let them get all the way to that building and then deal with them while they cross to center hotel or towards center sandbags.
All right, copy.
But if they make it into the south, the lower dumpster, that's a much harder proposition because then they have the wall to deal. They can creep up along. They can get right up on the center hotel.
Just on board Marksman here as he rotates around, communicating to his squad a few different things, mentioning the time, and just keeping his team informed and aware of things that they may not have time to necessarily check themselves. Oftentimes you really get tunnel vision in this game where you're locked in to your defensive angle. You're looking for that 1 pixel difference so you can shoot the head, and you forget to check your clock. You forget to look at your tablet. You forget you're the last defender on an objective. There is a lot of processing that goes in at the high level here when you play, and it takes a full team to really play successfully, and Marksman there just supporting on the backside as he shifts over to a different long-range position that he's going to try and seemingly get an angle on Depaz here.
I think it's worth pointing out a lot of teams do time callouts, but the teams that do like minute by minute or 30-second by 30-second, that helps you pace the whole time.
Yeah.
If you get a call out and you someone's like 60 seconds left, that doesn't help you. You don't know that you needed to be in the position at that point. So the teams that continually talk and update positions, they'll ask questions. They'll be like, hey, where did you see that guy? Where was the last time? How many did we see? All of that information gets relayed super fast and at a very high level. Killinger taking some shots. What a tight angle out the wind or out the door on the upper dumpster.
Yeah, that position from Paz definitely known now, and so I assume Marksman is just going to try and hunt for some kind of angle. He won't be able to really find one, though. Paz is tucked pretty deep there, and again, this is the beginner's defense. Marksman is just going to have a hard time finding picks. The beginner's D is very it's the kill box that they put up is always very tight, and they minimize their exposure, and the late it's all about the angles. The late angles they're holding, it's just so hard to really overcome. We'll see how Raptors can do it. Out the gate, they managed to find an early pickup on Astrajak, getting aggressive there on the corner, and Paz shows his position again by taking some suppressive fire down towards Soldiers and Rypick. And this is kind of interesting. This is a little bit reminiscent of a beginner's push on the timing with 1:40 left.
Messino goes down to Paz's position, knows he was there, but the wall that Messino chose to take, not the greatest approach. He should have gone for the lower red truck, I think. Just gives you more flexibility. There's no cover outside of that wall. VR Marksman, however, using that to move up and get a better position in this Volk tower. He's going to look for Icy Woods here now in the center hotel. Killinger gets a nade kill. Or a C4, not sure what that was.
The beautiful toss over the edge to catch Rypick. Soldiers goes down, and just like that, it's all up to Marksman, who's pushing in from the north. The lone attacker. He knows Paz's position, and he should assume Smoils. And he actually catches Paz. A very nice snapshot with that 12 times. For him to be able to land that is quite impressive. He now continues his push. 50 seconds left. Killinger takes the roof, and he has very good control. Woods knows he's on the corner. He's lasered in as well, and it is not going to be an easy point. Beginners lock it in with 3 left alive and tie this thing up 1 apiece. To this end, I mean, Volk rounds, trading them will work for Raptors. They started on the Volk side, so if we trade all the way down to 3-3 and eventually get that last round into the hands of Raptors on Volk, they will take this map. So beginners, like Sky said, are at some point going to have to land a Marsoc round, and, well, their defense looks good, doesn't it, Sky?
Yes, it was very well disciplined, and as you mentioned, the kill box. I mean, they know how to hold that.
Yeah.
They know how to lock it down, and they know where to stay. But also, that's only going to be so helpful to them to bring them to a 3-3.
Right.
But again, the Marsoc round is needed, and moving on to this objective that we're moving on to here, they might just get it, as this objective has proven very difficult.
Yeah. This objective in a finals is not something I think either team wants. This is not. I wouldn't be surprised if they asked for a rehost. I mean, I don't know.
Or we just play through it, or we play around it. We'll just get rid of the objective and go to a new
Yeah, that's
one.
true.
We'll see what the tech/mod decision is. I don't know.
For the folks at home, the reason that that's a thing, this objective has a spawn that is very, very fast. And currently still mismatched between Quest and PC, which is a bigger issue. But it looks like they're going to play it. I don't see anything in chat. Let's see what happens. It is quick spawn.
Yeah, here we go. We'll see what beginners throw out here. Raptors can be nearly immediately suppressed. But hey, it's an objective in game. You know, there's nothing in place about not playing it. Teams can agree to not play it, but maybe both teams didn't agree. Maybe Raptors have some sort of strategy in play. Soldiers is swinging wide. Nobody from beginners is committing to peeking up, and everybody gets into place.
Soldier's position is so strong, but he misses his shots.
Wow, Raptors get into defense unscathed, and if anything, almost gets the kill out. Oh, as I say that, pause pushes into tower. Distorted is over there as well, but he's just outside of the tower. But Pause has got a huge position now.
Killinger with a beautiful headshot, clearing out Soldier's position, who was potentially the most dangerous for this attack.
Yeah, Pause is a massive threat on Marsoc. They have to worry about it. Distorted could be an element to shut it down, but he's actually waiting for more of a late committal from beginners to push out and try and take control of the north. Oh, and Ride Pick nearly finds the shots. Takes a super tight peek onto the corner. Can't quite land it.
I think there's one second floor.
Marksman dialed in, looking for any little piece. He almost has it there with the 12 times, but just not peeking that side. Pause staying tucked in deep enough where he can't get spotted.
Pause trying to peek it. Peeking against the sniper. A couple of shots ring out.
That's me. I'm white dump tower. I'm white tower.
Ooh, and callouts come
There's
in.
one in the sandbags.
He's White Tower, and now it's confusing because Distorted is actually at White Tower as well. Misinformation is conveyed to the team and then capitalized on. Distorted finds one, hunts for Killinger, but can't quite pick up those shots. And Killinger tucks back in using the sand for defense, and Distorted has control of the tower for a short time. Spoils F203 launches from the distance. A great shot. Beginners keep it even. I doubt they get this res on the hill. That's a crazy res.
It looks like they're going for it.
They are. Jeez, they're committing for that.
They've got plenty of time. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, Woods seems to be in a safe space. Killinger can go for this long rotation. Basically minimize the exposure until he gets up to Woods.
Fuck's sake. Where could you get shot from?
I'm not 100% sure.
Killinger scared to get the res because he has no idea where these shots came from. Neither does Icy Woods. The smoke comes out. Killinger gets the res. And who downed him? Was that Marksman or Rypick that got the down?
I think it was Marksman because I saw Marksman rotating. but it could have been Rypick as well. He did have an angle there for a second, but what it does do is shuts down Woods from trying to make that wide rotation again. They both push back down into the south, and so that's one avenue that they wanted to take that they are no longer taking, and so beginners now have to adjust and regather as they do dip down into the ravine, and I'm assuming are going to continue to apply in the south. But Raptors are doing a great job of holding an objective that is notoriously incredibly challenging to hold.
So we've been focused on all the firefighting. Let's talk about Stragic. He's over here walking up West Road, and he's going to get a nice rotation onto the north. If he does it with enough time left, he can be a distraction, or maybe he could go straight for it. I don't know if there is a path straight to the objective that's exposed.
Yeah, up through the middle is a route to take. Marksman catches Woods in the distance. The SKS, his specialty with the 12 times. And now that flank position known as Strajic takes shots.
Position is known, but still not going to stop it. Killinger puts a nade up into Volk Tower. They're still not sure if that 203 from Smoils did the job. And Killinger's about to go down. Rypick takes some shots. Waited for a clear opening out in the middle of nowhere where he couldn't run away, and takes those clean headshots.
Strajic heard that, though. You can see him dialed in to Rypick's position. The trouble is that there's so many still left alive. Well, actually only 3. Marksman, Rypick, and Masono there on objective. But Strajac's so focused that it's going to be an easy exposed shot for Marksman. He tries to trade, and he actually dips back in, suppresses Marksman into cover. None of those shots land. Rypick flies around in the corner, drops off the edge, and catches his kill, though. He's going to shut down Strajac flank. It leaves it all up to Smoils. Another Marsoc round potentially shut down here unless he can do some magic. There is a route here, technically. If he can get to Masono, get that kill, he could cap on objective even.
Less than 30 seconds left. He doesn't have enough time to make this approach safely.
Time going
I don't
to
even
be
think he has enough time to make the approach.
No, you're right. It's the full sprint. He can't do anything else but go straight to the objective. Marksman sees that. Yeah. Good shots from Raptors. A solid defensive round, and they continue to trade. Volk rounds back and forth. That was nearly bad for Raptors at the start there, Sky. I mean, what a fortunate rollout for them that they didn't just get mowed down with a quick spawn.
Yeah, there's quite a few elements to pick apart here. Soldiers making his way to that tank unscathed was unfathomable. However, the mistake there was once he took shots, he needed to just stay down and stay alive. He could have played a much bigger role in just being there and forcing the offense to deal with him. And then the mixture of Rypick being aggressive up front while also being a good shot, combined with Marksman with his 12x sniper taking those long shots. That duo, I think, was also very key because it was really hard to deal with not only being shot at by that sniper, but the danger of Rypick just being in your face.
Yeah, and maybe beginners starting to think that this wasn't such a shoo-in for a victory. You know, they wanted to go someplace where they're comfortable, where they felt they could be confident in coming out with the W, but Raptors have definitely proven that they're fully capable of dealing with some long-range maps. Marksman is doing great. Rypick, to your point, a great shooter. He has been a key element to this team all throughout this postseason. A standout shooter, constantly high on the leaderboards. 5-1 right now. 4-1 from Marksman. He's out shooting the guy with the scope and doing it well. So, yeah, he has been playing great today. Had some great plays on Subway and a key shooter for this Raptors squad. We'll see if Raptors can pile on to what is a 2-1 lead. If they can tack on a Marsoc round, it's a tall order for both of these squads. And with this objective, with the slow spawn, they'll be fine. We're seeing here smokes getting tossed from beginners. This is because of the concern of that quick spawn. But they're not going to be threatened by that, so beginners should be able to position wherever they like and set up for this Raptors attack.
One in the middle,
That was
middle
8
stall of
smokes.
objective.
8
middle
utility points.
Look at this setup from Raptors. Marksman's deep in the back. He's on the hill. He's able to clear all the way down to objective. Meanwhile, 3 have stacked up in the center. Soldiers, Rypic, and Distorted, and they are ready to attack. The utility from them is coming out. They have 1 up in the tower. Wood swinging to the north. If they delay much longer, they're not going to have an easy entry here, but the smokes are certainly out.
Well, I think they were trying to set up like a smoke hallway, basically. Cover both sides and then be able to run up the middle. Shots ringing out from Rypic onto the objective. And the call out on the Icy Woods in the lower Marsoc twin.
There's one all the way back by Brothel.
Pause. If he peeks here, it's so risky. Marksman is back there and he just misses the shots.
Raptors so close to the objective so early on, but a lot of empty ground to cover now.
Yeah. Now's the hard part. Getting through the barren wasteland up to objective. Really almost no cover. They've used the utility, at least 3 smokes coming out here, and so I see a flash on soldiers. I just don't know how much smokes they have left.
There's one on the northeast bungalow. Northeast bungalow.
What Raptors are doing really well right now is splitting the defense. They've got Distorted in the Marsoc twins, drawing attention from Icy Woods and Pause. And potentially anyone else that has that angle, because beginners are holding these angles where they cover each other. So Stragic is probably going to be looking that way soon. And then FG Soldiers also on the north doing the exact same thing. Stragic can hear his call outs. He knows someone's there. And Raptors have such a good spread. Look at the overhead map, the line that they have set up with one in the back. It's beautiful. It's a great offensive positioning.
Yeah, there could be an exchange at any moment here between the north side, as Distorted actually tags Pause but doesn't down him. Woods is also here. But Distorted isn't going to push that front side. And so Woods isn't going to have an angle unless he peeks the window. Distorted challenges that, finds a kill. 1 for 1. Shots over the top from Pause confirm the kill for beginners, and so full kills apiece. 4-4 with 3 minutes left. Marksman, Masino finally finds Pause. And I was going to say, I think Marksman's on a very long rotation to eventually get up into this 3-story. He was their initial shooter in the backside for what could have been a fast push, but that didn't come through, and so once he has 3-story command, he will be a decent threat down to that objective. He'll have great coverage for his team to push forward, and I imagine that'll be when this Raptors push will come through.
Rypic here in the North Villa. He's going to have a good line onto Killinger if he makes it inside here. Killinger might be able to see him for a little bit as he makes the cross. I think Rypic's checking it very slowly. But if he gets upstairs, he's got good coverage. In that position, Stragic is stuck in that building. There's no exit for him.
Yeah, he's got soldiers and then Rypic watching. It's going to be possible for him to leave. But he is holding up 2 attackers, so, you know, a defensive position doing its job.
Masino as well watching from the south. So Stragic has to choose to go out and, pick a direction. Leave the door and pick a direction. And either way he runs, he's going to get shot.
Rypic there just pre-firing a corner. Wasn't sure if there was anyone in there. Spot Stragic in the doorway. A huge pickup. Now opens up this cross. Killinger able to shut that down in a big shutdown. It is. That would have been bad news if they lost control there. He was almost into cover. And that just would have been chaos for this defense from Killinger, at least. He would have really had to rotate and be constantly watching. But Moyles and Killinger on objective, doing their job defending. And Raptors are going to have to attack this soon as the clock ticks down with a minute left.
Yeah, timing is everything now. FG Soldiers comes in shooting at objective, misses Killinger as he swings Masino really close to objective, putting a smoke right on top. That's going to blind them and force them out. That one inside or right in front. Perfect smokes there from Masino. Smoyles has to come out, try and find somewhere he can take shots. Killinger out in the open as well, rotating away from objective.
Oh my gosh, he tucks up against the objective and survives. Killinger flies out. Smoils goes down. Raptors lock in a Marsoc round. They have a 3-1 lead against Beginners in map 2.
On Beginners map choice. Sky. I use your words because I can't use mine right now.
I don't have a lot left in me, to be honest there. Wow. I think some of the key things that I found there was Rypick the entire way, sneaking his way up through the north. There was a moment where soldiers took shots at Strayjack, and Rypick actually thought that was an enemy. He was calling out soldiers as an enemy in Upper Red Truck for a little bit there. But they managed to get that settled, and then Rypick managed to sneak by Pause in the tower, get his way into the northeast spawn area, and just do so much damage. Get Strayjack off in that little peek through the doorway and create pressure there that allowed the south and center to move in. And then those beautiful smokes there allowing Messino to make his way and actually challenge right on objective. And Marksman doing a really good job at negotiating where he should be based on the time while also maintaining sniper positions. He did a really good job there. And I'm very impressed. That's one thing that snipers on attack tend to struggle with on Downfall, is maintaining positions with their team while not staying too far behind.
Completely agree. It has been it was a really good job from Marksman to pull off that rotation. A quick reminder that we do have giveaways going on live right now. I think we probably have, at this point, at least one headset left available to give away today. So be sure that you're participating in Twitch chat, that you're paying attention, seeing when those giveaways are going live, and making sure that you are in them. You get your chance at the HyperX Cloud 2 headset. It is a fantastic headset. The wireless version that I have here, I've demonstrated already as I have been participating in the analyst desk and also being away from the desk. So the wireless capability is fantastic. You love to see it. But anyway, back into the action because it is intense. Beginners on the attack, a must-win here. They have to lock in this Marsoc round, obviously, if they want to continue forward on this map. We still have more to play, as this is a best of 5. Rypick kicks it off with a nice kill for Raptors.
Pause taking those long shots as well at the start, missing the cross to lower dumpster, letting the Raptors set up what I think looks like a very solid defense. We got one on objective, two on objective, one literally on objective. I have never seen FG's position played on this map.
He made it, bro.
Yeah, the new meta here of saying on objective as a piece of cover is certainly something that we're seeing a lot of. And he can do it as long as Marksman and Rypick are alive. As soon as those go down, this position is no longer anywhere viable. And so, yeah, for now it is a spot that will work. And he definitely does still blend in.
Skinner's pushing aggressively. Rypick gets another, takes down Killinger. They are still watching this hill.
3 kills away, Trip, from taking 2 maps away from Beginners.
Beginners don't look like Beginners right now. This is not what I was expecting, but there's a kill, and there's an uncommon weapon. Smoils with a Mark 18 taking those precise shots.
Very nice
I think
job.
I've seen him without an LMG like twice in 10 seasons.
Yeah.
I mean, like...
Well, he has been using the M203 today. And remember, he got that M203 shot as well earlier in the round. So he has been using it at least here in Downfall. Oh, and look at this. This position on objective spotted out. Pause, IDs.
One standing on objective.
The one on OBJ. The trouble is all the support he has. White House, obviously objective building. Pause can't tunnel on that one position. He wants it so bad, but if he hunts for it, he'll die.
The danger for Soldiers was Smoils getting his backside, but Soldiers has moved off of that now. It's a lot of defenders to clear. Still have plenty of time. 3:30 left on the clock. 2 attackers in Center Hotel. We got Pause and Stragic.
And just the tension here is starting to mount now. You know, we're into the late half of this second map. Raptors are really close to having a very good lead. And I just don't... Beginners are, again, just not a team that gives up easy. They're not going to let this go without a fight. Paz is desperately trying to get that on-objective defender, but can't land those shots. And there it goes to show you the power of that position, Trip.
With Marksman covering around behind, too, they can't risk peeking more aggressive out of that center hotel. He's just in such a good position, and they know that there's a sniper.
It's almost like he's bait. You know, it's almost like he's there to try and force Paz to overextend for the kill. Ooh, Paz does go.
Teammates make the best bait.
Is that the SMC motto?
It absolutely is.
Paz has taken control of 3-story. He's waiting for Smoils on this backside to at least help him out and draw some attention. Marksman, if he's focused on Smoils' side, it will allow Paz some, I mean, all the opportunity to peek both Masono and Soldiers as much as he wants, but he can't because Marksman is there. He's a threat that he can shoot him in the head from a distance. Such a risk for Paz to be here.
Smoils' position is super important because he has to clear both those Marsoc twins. Because if you look at where I'm looking right now, Stragic has to make this cross, and if you have someone in dark room Marsoc twins, it's a shooting range. There's no cover. So he has to make sure it's clear. Once it's clear, this push from center will move forward. Stragic now moving forward, but Masono watching, missing the shots, knows he's behind the wall, gonna get that call out. Smoke's rolling in now from Pause onto objective. Oh, perfectly blinding Masono. And potentially Soldier throwing a nade. No, it's just a flash.
Lots of utility on objective. Smoils is harassing Marksman in the alleyway. Marksman catches Paz out under the pressure. Paz tried to swing from the front with those smokes denying vision, but couldn't quite get through. And there is a bit of chaos around the objective. Smoils still not pushing up. Stragic still here on the corner.
Smoils not seeing Soldiers, just showing how off meta that is. He had a clear field of view onto his backside. Stragic's on objective. I mean, he's right there, but he goes down to distorted. Pause is up making all those call-outs. Smoils gets in there and takes down Marksman. 35 seconds left. No.
He has to fly in. He has to completely crash here, or Raptors are going to take map 2.
He's got the 203. Here it comes.
No.
Oh!
Yeah, I smoked his ass.
Soldiers finds the final kill again for map number 2. Raptors have a 2-map lead. Kesney has cast some kind of juju out there because right now we were on track for a 3-0 win from Raptors against Beginners. Sky, what a crazy round. I mean, this downfall, not even close.
Yeah, what a setup Raptors had there. Just a solid hold on that objective. Smoils was going to be the wild card there, but VR Marksman did a really good job at focusing on what he needed to watch, even while Smoils was out there putting the pressure on. And I think Smoils just failed to really clear him out, and he had actually used the M203 early in the round, so he didn't have that utility available to him there at the end.
If he did, it would have been huge. And, you know, we thought the range would be an element that Beginners would excel in, right? A space that we have seen them do very well with. But some kind of crazy... I mean, they won... I just don't... I mean, wow. Raptors winning that Marsoc round was... I mean, they're playing so well here today, and they did well on range. So, where do they head for map number 3? The only other long-range map available, Snow Peak. Raptors picking into this, they say that they are not afraid of getting into some firefights at a distance. And, Trip, I mean, your thoughts on what could be this final map here coming in for Raptors?
I think they're feeling really good. Taking Beginners map choice away from them with such a dominating lead. It's such a toss-up. We said this earlier today. The picking into Snow Peak doesn't necessarily guarantee long range.
True.
I mean, so
Yeah, I mean,
but I don't know.
beginners had their best chance on those close quarters interactions on Subway, oddly enough, and if we get those close quarters objectives here, it's going to be an opportunity for them to put points on the board. And so, I think I'm going to apply the philosophy that I always apply to beginners. You can never count them out. If you ever get even the slightest bit of overconfidence against this beginners team, they slap you on the wrist and say, no, you can, you have to be always ready for beginners to throw something at you and suddenly take a 4-1 or a 4-0 from you. I mean, if beginners bounce back and take 2 maps, we go to obviously a map 5, but it's something that they're capable of. I mean, Raptors just locked in a 4-1. Beginners are not a team that is also very much capable of putting out caps, of securing it against top tier teams. I mean, they've proven that here in this postseason, and I really want to see what we get for this map number 3. We may be going in to a brief tech timeout. I'm not sure how long that will be, but that gives us time to talk about these maps because, wow, they have been something else. I think one thing we got to focus on is the Raptors' coordination. I mean, they are right there toe-in-toe with beginners all the way through these rounds. They're finding the refrags. They're staying, 3-2, 2-3. The kill feed is always very close, and they just don't give beginners that inch that they're always looking for. They don't. I'm not sure what the beginners are going to have to do here. To your point, Trip, it doesn't really feel like it's beginners playing on Downfall.
Yeah, it felt very different, especially on that last one. They just kind of rushed at it. I don't know if they were trying to overpower specific spots or what was causing it. But on a 4-1, I would have expected methodical. Maybe they just don't like that spawn. I don't know. Like that could have been a play. It could have been like they have a strategy for this one, and this one's kind of we'll just go with the seat of the pants kind of thing, which doesn't sound like beginners either of those. I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, it really doesn't. I'm not sure again what their approach was, but yeah, we are into a timeout here. Raptors have 5 minutes to probably charge headsets. I think some players are on the Quest, which I guess a shout out to everyone that's tuning in Oculus venues. If you are on your Quest, you're free to use. You're free to download this app. It's free on the App Store, and you can watch this matchup right now in a big arena-sized movie theater screen with a bunch of other people in VR. It's a really cool way to watch these matches with the community. I recommend checking it out if you have the opportunity. And if you are in venues, go download this game. Go pick it up. It's in the App Store. It is one of the top games on the App Store since its release for a reason. People love this shooter. It is one of the best. And I think it's important to remember, Trip, that we're not even really necessarily on the most recent build. So some bugs you may see here are going to be different. The audio in particular is different from here than it is in the live build because we are on a separate league build so that we can guarantee consistency across the season. It helps so that we can, ensure that nothing really changes out of the ordinary. Like audio cues. Audio is a huge thing in this game. We've seen it be a big element here today. And some of those the audio changes are great, but they're obviously you may be noticing that this game sounds different than the one you may go and play right now, and that is for that reason. We haven't really ever explained that. But there you go. Now you know if you have been confused. A little fun fact for you. Trip, you got any fun facts?
Fun facts. Oh. Well, Smoils is actually a cat. I don't know if you guys knew that, but
that's a good one. Okay, all right. You pulled that one out. Sky, fun fact. Come at me with one.
No fun facts.
He bailed.
He's not fun.
He bailed. He said, I got nothing. Well, that's all right, Sky. Maybe we'll give you some more time to think of a fun fact. Either way, yes, we are into a timeout.
Sounds like a 10-minute timeout. to me.
Yeah, it looks like 10 minutes. I think we'll hang out here, just kind of buy some time. We do have obviously a bit to talk about. Snow Peak, there's so much variety to it, and I wonder if it was the right pick for Raptors. What's left on the table, right, in terms of maps? If, theoretically, beginners take Snow Peak, where do they then go for their next map pick? Because this doesn't feel like a map that's really against beginners. They can play Snow Peak well. So if they win here, let's just start theorizing. Where do we go for map 4? There is Cargo.
Bazaar. It's going to be Bazaar.
And then
That's it.
And then if we get to a map 5, it's Cargo. Our map 5 is Cargo.
Wait, we're missing something. Are we? That. Wait.
There's no
okay.
custom maps.
But there.
Tanker's not there. Tanker's not a thing.
Oh right, Tanker's not there. Oh yeah, that's it. That's all that's left. It's Bazaar and Cargo.
Wow. Yeah, you're definitely right. We go to Bazaar for the second. Oh gosh, that's crazy. That would be the. I don't. We put the energy out there, it might happen based off of how Kesdy his predictions have been going so far. Anything's possible with the caster desk, but yeah, it could be Bazaar Cargo's. Trip, are you pulling up any stats here that we can dive into, see what Raptors win rates are like on these maps, see what their confidence rate's going to be like? What are they like on Snow Peak too? I don't know what the Raptors win percentage is on Snow Peak. And if you're wondering, well, where's Trip going to get all this information? There's no way you have all of this stored somewhere. We do. Head on over to VRML.com. You can find your favorite league. You can track all of the matches that are live. You can see the latest VODs. We have articles that come out. I wrote one recently about a recap of the Challenger Cup. Has fun little clips from me amongst a bunch of clips. And it also has all of the stats and information you could desire about a team. Trip, what do you got?
Look, don't let him lie to you. I just absorb all of this information, and it all lives inside my
you're
head.
right.
I osmosis this.
You're right. You're a human computer.
I go to
forget.
sleep with Twitch VODs playing in the background, and you just learn. That's like you pick up things in your sleep. So actually, this is a great pick from beginners. They have look at the wrong ones. They have a 3 for 5 win rate, 60%, and Raptors only have a 1 for 4. So
it's interesting.
Only played it 4 times, but there have been championship games on it, which do not count into these stats.
Right, and they picked it. This is Raptors' choice. Because they are, the Raptors are home in the series. They picked Subway. Beginners picked Downfall.
Yeah.
And now we go to Snow Peak. Maybe I'm pretty sure that's the. I believe Raptors were home for this series.
They are. I think so.
I could be wrong though.
Yes, Raptors are home.
Thank you, Sky. The voice in the sky.
Now that my mic is working.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Fun fact. Go.
Fun fact. Oh, P90 is the best submachine gun.
Oh, there it is. He hits you with one, and it hurts in your soul a little bit. You know what? I've seen it played in league play. I saw it play in the Challenger Cup. It's something that people like. I'm not gonna say it's not viable, but there are just some guns that people will tell you are the best to pick, and.
Hamas and 552.
Yeah, there you go. There is some disagreement on that. There is some disagreement. I was waiting for Trip to come in with his two that he knew were the right choice, so to speak. But yeah, there is some disagreement there. We do have everyone in lobby too, so thank you so much for hanging out as we do have the VRML podcast come at you here for a few minutes, just kind of diving into some stats and fun facts. Shout out to everyone again that's hanging out in all the different platforms: Twitch, Facebook, YouTube. Venues everywhere. It is, wow, what a crazy finals that we are tuned into right now, Trip. And we've bought enough time to get into what could be the map decider, the series decider for Raptors as we pop into Snow Peak for round number 1 with a false start. Not quite there yet. round reset. Another fun fact for you: if you do have issues at the start of a competitive lobby, within the first 15 seconds, you can quit out or reset, and it'll simply just restart the round. No one will score points, and you aren't punished for team kills. Everyone stays even. Another little fun fact there that you might have noticed that just happened as we got false started on the start of the round. Maybe both teams weren't actually all the way ready, but oh yeah, they are. We are going to pop in now, Trip, to round 1, and oh man, Raptors going to have to bring it here on the hangar objective on offense. Beginners have to bounce back. They have done well on map 1, but struggled on Downfall, and now on a map that they arguably have better stats on, they have a chance to get 1 on the board. We'll see if they can do it. A kind of a, I don't know, would you call this a quick spawn for Raptors? I certainly would.
Yeah, this would definitely be a quick spawn, as they would have very early lines down onto the objective. However, it looks like they're not going to quite utilize them. In fact, Marksman might be pulling out a drone here.
Yeah, we saw it come pop out there, and the drone, a tool that, you know, oddly enough, we don't see a lot in League play. Maybe it comes out and we just don't identify it, but it is something that's kind of hard to miss. It's pretty loud. It is small, but still, it's... I kind of wonder why we don't see more of it, as it is being deployed here and seemingly used pretty effectively. It certainly could, but it could potentially identify Smoyle's position, who is very far forward. This is a super strong position up here where he can really wreak some havoc if no one checks up against this sandbag.
Yeah, this beginner's defense is playing it safe. They are very tucked in, and they are very conservative with the arguments towards Smoyles being the most pushed out defense. Everyone else looking at the long angles, but doing it safely.
And aggressive rollout there. Rypic finds the first kill. Picks off a beginners, and Raptors flying with momentum here. Start off their offensive round with a 5-4 lead. Not how beginners want to kick this off, and not characteristically how they do. They are normally unscathed before we get at least into the 3 minutes. They stay much more tucked in, but both positions, Rypic picking up here. A great job identifying that defender who was trying to lie, seemingly blend in to the underside of that dock. But Rypic just spots it out. No real coverage of the threat here on this side, and he's going to continue to have great vision right down into objective.
Yeah, both of those positions had a glaring weakness to Rypic's position, and his position is not being watched. They gave him the real estate to take those shots, and take him he did.
Yeah, the rest of the team now is
5v3.
Yeah, the rest of the team is just working their way up. They have an accurate kill count with Rypic calling it out, and they are just taking their time. I almost wonder if they're setting up for a cap. 3:15 left, and I mean, you can hear Raptors are still locked in. Rypic yelling at soldiers, "I just peeked there," so that he pulls off because it's so risky to re-peek angles. He is fortunate he doesn't die, but he has coverage from the north to draw that distraction. Marksman and Masono now, and I mean, the threats continue to get thrown at beginners. There's no easy avenue here for them. Raptors challenging them at every step of the way, and Marksman still just hunting for picks. The rest of the team is pushing in. Masono swinging around to reinforce Rypic and soldiers, and you also have on the far side Distorted slowly working his way up.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting attack here. It really depends on how quickly does Distorted move up. When do they sink in their final approach? And I'm just watching all of these lines, and Raptors are very calculated here.
Yeah.
They are constantly watching each other's sides, and they are also checking the same spots, but at different angles. and it is very cool to watch.
It really feels like a beginner's almost-esque style of play
Yeah.
here, where they're very methodical on their angles. Smoils
Ooh.
catches one, a huge position to pick one up, and now he knows that he's given away. The nade comes up and over. It's a good toss, but it goes a bit far. Rypik's going to apply the pressure and swings, but Smoils has dipped back. Not enough. His kneecap exposed, and that kind of sets everything off. Pause, swings up, looks for kills. He can't find it. With a minute 40, beginners have a lot of time to work with. Distorted begins his pressure. Marksman goes down to Killinger. A nice pickup there along the north side, but a quick revive nullifies it. There's still 4 strong pushing into the 2 on objective.
Smoke coming in from Distorted as well. The pressure, Pause well aware of Distorted coming in here. Killinger having to fend off against 3 other Raptors. Pressure from both sides. Distorted with some pre-fire in the back there. And here comes the assault. 60 seconds on the clock. Very beginner style push.
They're going to try and crash in the last minute. It is a risky thing to do. You can run out of time if any sort of threat presents itself. Killinger is here, still alive. Distorted is swinging around on the backside. He finds Killinger. Pause goes up to the front. Raptors come in and say, hey, we've done good enough so far. We've locked in rounds enough already. Trip, Raptors are up 1-0 here.
So Raptors are pack animals, aren't they? I mean, the movement there was so coordinated, and the lines of sight, like you said, were calculated. Rypik, it seemed like, had done his research. Those first 2 picks, I forget who the first one down was, but the second one on the woods, laying there on the lake, very uncommon position.
Yeah.
And he knew exactly where to dial that in, got the kills, and where to peek it from, too. He knew what angle Woods was going to be watching, so he found a different one to get the kill. And it was just super coordinated. The long shots, the smokes were also awesome.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't know how to, like, it was a good play. No matter how you defend against that, that's a solid play all around.
Yeah, they really utilize the spawn well out the gate. They don't get over aggressive, but they let them know, hey, we're here. Rypik eventually, kind of their point man, flies forward, gets those early pickups, doesn't die, and then that just sets it off. If Rypik can go up and do what he's been doing in the sort of forward position and find the kills he's been finding, he just really sets this Raptors team up for success. He allows Marksman to be a threat from range as the rest of the team worries about somebody that's close. Marksman's deep in the back hunting with a sniper. It's just a great bit of coordination from this team, and it's really showing here. It is working well against the beginners, who are historically a team that out-coordinates everybody. They are... I can't remember the last time they made it to the finals and lost as well. I don't... is that... I mean, is that...
I think you're right, because I remember the last time they didn't make it, the last time they got knocked out, and then...
Every time they've been in the finals, I think they've won. I don't think they've taken second place before. Trip can do a little bit of research by heading over to VRML.com. You can find all the information he needs at our website.
Mirrored spawns from beginners, and they're playing it aggressively. FG Soldiers answers back with some early shots onto Killinger with a very aggressive play of his own, moving up to the bunker. And taking down another, getting Smoils as well. That spot playing so well. And now, if he goes for a swing, he might even have some more. I don't know. That's a very aggressive play, but I think going towards the U-tunnels is the move here.
Beginners were just a touch too slow on their run. He almost catches. He does get Strayjack 3 for Soldiers. He has been playing so well today. Him, Rypik, the whole team of Raptors have been playing exceptionally well in this series, and they are just finding everything they need against beginners. 5-2. And now beginners are just, momentum is crumbling. They need to win, well, not this round, at least find kills here. You know, if they get nothing here, imagine the morale boost that gives to Raptors and the hit it has on the beginners team.
Let's just go back and talk about that Soldiers rotation there. That was 100% knowing spawn and then in your head going, okay, they're now crossing here and making that rotation to pick it off. That is 100% map knowledge, knowing spawn timings, movement timings, all of that, and just great game sense all around from the Raptors.
Yeah, the only way he makes this play is if he knows that there's someone in the north. Otherwise, he tries to make that lake pass that he does. He uses that lake defilade to his advantage to deny vision and then pops up. Any other spawn, he's just dead. He's out exposed in the lake, and it's an easy kill. But because they read it so well, 3 come through for soldiers. And now
Get him fire.
we go on board the likes of Woods and Pause, and we'll see what they can do.
They're probably gonna push aggressive.
They've got a long rotation, but they're moving to the south. A lake approach with only 2 people, no coverage in the north, is a very tall order. Maybe you can get a couple of rounds, get some long-range picks, but Raptors are tucked in. There's no, I mean, I'm looking from the south, and there's nothing showing. Rypick is maybe the only pick. They can get soldiers if he keeps moving around, but neither of those get them any closer to the objective. So I don't know what their plan is here. And it seems like a long rotation to just kind of rotate, shoot, and then rotate back. They could do that, but they'd have to make that commitment basically now, take some shots, and then run away.
Yeah, this may actually catch soldiers out. You know, if they do
That
dip
line-
around south far enough, they may get him.
Did Rypick see that? I saw lasers when they made that cross. There it is. The call from Rypick saw that cross in the valley.
Wow.
Cannot confirm both of them, but he knows that there's at least one. And that's a big catch. And now the rotation. Soldiers is on a run. He's coming up behind them, and beginners are not prepared for this.
Oh. This is such a risky play to be taking in this stage of the game, but why not, Trip? They've got 2 maps. They have the biggest cushion you could ask for in a best of 5. They have a 1-point lead right now in the map that's going to decide if they take the championship. Go for the risk. There's bigger reward, but oh geez, beginners aren't really playing slow. The time is only 2 minutes. Beginners have to push, so soldiers, I don't know if you can catch them.
Just think of the timing and the positioning, though. If he gets to the edge of the lake while they're crossing, they're sitting ducks. There's no cover.
Yeah.
And they're not looking behind them. They're not even concerned about this. Why would you be? This is not, I mean, this has been
You just came from
a
there.
3-minute run. Soldiers, seize pause.
He misses.
This is a shot.
Again,
But now
Paz
it's-
still finally reacts. He's like, what the heck? Someone's shooting at me? Turns around, Soldiers is there, and there's 1 kill, and it's all up to Paz now. Yeah, he's alone up against this Soldiers
Beautiful.
push.
Beautiful.
Oh, great flashes. He's going to apply the pressure. Paz dips in, tucks into the corner, but Soldiers utilizes the double flash to his advantage, gets the kill he needs, and wow. Raptors are up 2-0 right now on map 3.
These plays, man.
Sky, what are we seeing here? I mean, I thought beginners would bring out some unique stuff, but Raptors are throwing the curveballs.
Man, so one thing I saw there, a lot of the effective beginners approaches or attacks that we saw, again, the brute force and then the stage up, we didn't see that brute force. And without that brute force, they couldn't deal with soldiers efficiently. And soldiers just playing way up there in the off-meta quick push. Beginners just weren't ready for it, and they didn't utilize their normal strategy to deal with it. And I think that's what allowed soldiers to do so much damage.
Looks like I did just take a quick look into the chat there. Apologies for ruining the cams for a second. But Ponecake winning a headset. Congratulations. He is a longtime community member. It seems fitting that he's securing something. Maybe he didn't win and it's a meme, but either way, I'll get in on it too. And congratulate Ponecake on winning a headset. This finals has been fantastic. So many people tuning in across the board. You see on Twitch, on Facebook, venues, everybody coming together to watch what is, in my opinion, one of the most hyped up finals that we've had in a while. Beginners, a powerhouse of the VRML, being threatened by Raptors, a team fresh into the league since season 10. They have proven themselves out the gate and are now trying to put a stamp in VRML history. They are a cap away from locking in this series, and they have a fast spawn on an indoor objective.
They might play. Watch for the pushes, for sure.
Marksman's already passed Claus's position. Marksman's there waiting. Claus trades.
They called it watch for pushes, and it certainly came out.
There's one on the shelves right here on the right side.
Oh, and if it's 1 for 2, that's going to be obviously the best outcome. They need to confirm Mason, though. If he gets picked up, it's going to be bad. Maybe Woods can use him for bait.
I just want to know why Rypick wasn't the point man on that. Like, I feel like sending your high fragger out and around on a rotation, both Soldiers and Rypick, even. Why go for a rush? The rush feels unnecessary if you're not all pushing that way.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a bit of a disconnect. Smoils finds Distorted on the back end. So the res on the Mason's not coming through, and that's it. The inside offense dead. Beginners have finally come in and said, look, we got to get some kills on the board here. You can't get all of the wins. And now have a nice advantage. 4-3, that res definitely not coming through, so 4-2 technically. And it is all up to the standout shooters now, Trip, so maybe it's good that they're the last 2 alive because they're going to need to do all the work again.
Now, this is one of my favorite approaches to this objective because, 1, anything that moves, you can shoot. 2, things are penetrable, so even if you can't see it, you can shoot it. It's a great approach as long as you can deal with someone
You want to work back?
behind these sandbags. They're now thinking about going and getting that res. 2 minutes all the way across the map, and they're like, hey, maybe we should go back and get our guy. There's the final confirmation. It's a lot of confirmation. Icy Woods really wanted that guy dead.
You want me to flash?
Flash, then watch for
Is there any sort of C4, anything guarding this north approach? Doesn't look like it. Just guns.
What we did see from Killinger was he's holding this angle and looking actually through a slice in these boxes. When he sees that, the flash comes up and over, he blinds and then pushes. But the nade comes into the back and shuts him down, so that flash goes unutilized. Now the back is exposed and big rotations have to come through.
Killinger is able to make these callouts. Soldiers hears it.
SpaceX on a flank.
Let's see if he is, but is he going to be in time? Do the Raptors have any smoke left? No. Rypick is watching flank.
Yeah, it's almost like they want it.
They've got this covered. No utility left on the Raptors. They want Stragic to come so they can go steal some utility. That's what they're waiting for. They're waiting for a utility delivery on the backside. And Stragic's not slowing down. Is he going to be ready for this? Rypick watching that like a hawk.
You have to be prepared for someone to be defending back here. It is what a top tier team would do. And there, as SpaceX comes up, Rypick dips down and then pops up, finds the kill. It's 2-2.
Hey,
Killinger can't get rezzed. What's Smoils gonna do now? Is he gonna go for a flank?
It looks like he's going for the same run.
It does, doesn't
I mean,
it?
Killinger's got time. He can make the call outs, and Icy Woods is on objective. They have to know that there's 2 there now because, right, they just lost a guy, and they know Soldiers is behind the box. So map knowledge-wise, they know that 2 are here.
Finally.
There's confirmation on the Killinger.
Yeah, big pickup there. Gets rid of him.
No utility means this is going to be a straight-up gunfight. It's a showdown at OK Corral.
I know there's one on the left side. I saw one in that left tunnel.
Ooh, and actually misinformation from Soldiers calling out left side. Woods crosses. Soldiers Doesn't see it. Woods back into the corner now. Minute 20. So there's time still here, Trip.
Oh no, what the play is. I see Woods gets Rypick as he comes around the corner. What a tight angle there on the movement. And the misinformation was actually correct. He was on the left side and he still got him. Soldiers can't hit the shots on the ice on Woods. Looking for peaks on either side. Beginners playing the time here. Soldier starts moving up behind cover. Ooh, takes a couple of shots, has the heal, gets it off. Now he's watching that door. It's gonna be super tight.
No, he's still there. One behind the box.
And Beginners take a point. Can Icy Woods see him through that crack?
One.
You can hear a lot of panic comms from Beginners. They are locked in. They do not. They are focused here. Woods catches the kill. They get on the board. A very important round to win here. Now, this is when things get kind of scary for Raptors because Beginners have a round, and they recently did very well against Peacekeepers on this exact objective yesterday. So if Raptors aren't ready for some good aggression to come in from Beginners, and they are going to be surprised. But I wonder if Beginners are maybe going to throw, I mean, Sky, you know, is this where we sort of get the mind games coming in? Beginners, do they play fast like they did yesterday? Do they play slow and try and throw Raptors off? You know, what happens here?
Yeah, I think this is where Beginners are really considering, like you said, the mind games. How can we throw off Raptors from this high horse that they have found themselves on? And I think that's what they did really well this round. That grenade from Soldiers, though, that just goes to show how much research has been done. As you said, on this very same objective, Beginners played against Peacekeepers on cast, and Killinger was in that same spot. And I think Soldiers knew exactly where to expect that. And that, again, highlights just how much information these teams are trying to gather from each other and how they're trying to counter each other's plays.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you stick to what works. And so, again, maybe we'll see Beginners try and roll out something aggressive here against Raptors. We have this crazy indoor objective, and if they get a fast spawn, they can really be, like we saw, shooting each other in the first 20 seconds. So I don't know if that's what Beginners really want to get themselves into on offense on a round that they really have to win. But this is it for them. This is their backs against the wall with Raptors just 2 rounds away from taking the whole thing. Beginners, again, I imagine, are not going to make this easy, Trip.
Anybody want an aid?
I don't think they are, but Raptors don't actually need to defend this one. I mean, if they lose this one, they go on offense, and they've been doing very, very well on offense. Now, potentially, it could be a different objective. I mean, it could go somewhere that's suboptimal, but I don't know what Raptors' preference is on this object or on this map. Rypick getting very aggressive, moving out the north. How far is he going to go?
Yeah, you do see this from time to time. A commitment out here to try and catch a spawn or a rotation along the lake. But he's not going to ID anything here now, and so I wonder how long he'll stick around. Again, if he's too far away, it's so risky to go here. He can crash back, but it's like at least 20 seconds for him to get back to objective.
And it doesn't look like Beginners are going to come that way. It looks like they're all in the Utah. Wait, I lost track of one.
Tragic. He is on that rotation. Yeah, he was in the. They are sending one to the north.
Is Rypick going to see this? He's watching right there. Oh, I see the lasers.
Oh, he pushes forward. Straysjack has managed to get into a position. And Rypick is advancing on him now in the open down this lane. I don't think Straysjack has eyes, though.
Straysjack waiting for a flank. Here it is.
Excellent.
Killed a flanker in the north. I'm coming back to you guys.
Super aggressive rotation from Raptor. Excessively aggressive.
Well, they're feeling, to that. There's the overconfidence, right? They're feeling good. They have the 2-1 lead. They figure, well, we can invest in maybe getting lucky and having one push out and really get them down. They want to try and lock in this third map, and so I don't know. Yeah, I kind of agree. We could have just had him be there with 5 on objective. That would have been a better use of that 5th than just kind of going for that risk. But obviously, it's hindsight, 2020. If that pays off and he gets the kill, then we're applauding it as he rotates back to objective, and it's a great successful push. But instead, it's now Raptors with 4 on OBJ and beginners with all the time in the world right here. Just ready to push, just waiting. To crash in on objective, and they didn't go for that fast push because they didn't have the fast spawn, and so now we're seeing a more standard style to this objective. Methodical.
The defense from Raptors, 3 in the tunnel. Marksman a little off, but it looks like he's rotating back. That's a defensive position that you don't see normally for the... What side of the map am I on? This is the south end of this tunnel, and he's watching a little bit farther forward, which is not where you'd be checking. You'd be checking coming around that corner, and then he's peeking back into the tunnel every so often, which is also not somewhere I'd be watching for a defender. But he might get bypassed altogether.
Yeah, he might. I don't know how beginners are going to approach this. I'm pretty sure they're just going to try and enter in from these 2 side doors. Lots of utilities, smokes, and whatnot. But soldiers he'll be able to peek up and shoot down to objective. The problem is that he's far away. If they get onto the other side of this box, if they get control of this half of the objective, they can cap right here. Beginners could push this up 3-2. And I'm sure it's something sort of on their mind right now. And obviously, they don't know how really weak this side of the defense is for Raptors, but it's really a 2v5 if they play it right with the proper smoke line.
Yeah, and we've seen a couple of teams with the smoke to just bomb everything in here with smoke and then go and cap it. We saw people standing on top of each other while the cap was happening. Oh, bad smoke there from Pause. He doesn't redirect it, but the nade comes right into the door. Doesn't catch anyone. Jordan moving up, goes down to Killinger.
Yeah, and they're trying to do what I'm talking about. They're just trying to clear out that back half and push to the other side of the wood to punch in the code. Woods flies out and finds a bunch. Marksman able to shut down on objective. He's the last defender alive, though. There's a real cap threat here. I don't think he knows he's the last one alive either.
I see Woods is on objective. He's got tablet out, and he does.
No, he doesn't get it in time. Strangejack finds the kill on Marksman as Marksman pushes in. Beginners could have had a 3-2 lead, but they don't. They take the round regardless and tie it up to 2. But wow, this is
wow.
This is it right here. This is what we tune into in these finals. Sky, these rounds just continue to deliver and continue to surprise.
Definitely. And honestly, when I saw Rypick go down and I saw the way beginners were entering that tunnel, in my mind, I was thinking beginners have this round because they were doing exactly what I talked about earlier. They pushed in together with the one guy off to the side, and they were bringing in their standard beginners pushes that we've seen all day today. And that is what they needed. And as soon once they got into the tunnel, it was basically over. They had every entrance. The defense had to watch all these different directions with little to no cover, distorted being in the middle of a trash pile. I mean, they just didn't have the defensive setup to deal with the way beginners were pushing that. And it went down how I thought it was going to go. Beginners just had it at all the angles.
So we have one more outdoor and one more indoor objective on Snow Peak. We go to our outdoor objective first, where Raptors have an opportunity at capping. This objective, not really easy to cap on, but hard to defend. I think it is an easy one to win on Marsoc if you go for the kills. And that is because that objective building is penetrable, right? It's just so hard to really get into a comfortable spot where you can, if you lose any of your any one of your extensions on defense, you're just at risk. So we'll see how beginners defend and how Raptors set up on their attack. They're going to get that south spawn, which is oftentimes a preferred route for teams to take on attack here.
We're looking for some long angles. Pause moving up aggressively. I think he's going to just hang back behind here, but he throws a flash up and over.
Yeah, he was looking for a couple there, hoping that that flash up and over would catch someone off and he could get some kills. C4 toss, and I almost think it goes a bit too far. That Hesco is going to deny a bit of its explosive capability if he detonates it a bit too early. I don't know if anyone's even going to be coming down that lane just yet either. Based off of the overhead, they've sent 2 over to the lake and 3 coming up through the center.
Rypick, point man on the south approach, which I think is the worst approach on this objective. I like coming in from the main Hescos and getting some, suppressing fire, forced rotations.
Yeah, but I do see it played a lot still, though. It's something that you have to kind of defend against. It's why they've invested pause over here, because it is often an attacked position. But I think pause caught some shots from that rotation, right? From distorted and kind of tucked in against the tank, and so I think they know he's there now. And so we'll see how effective his position is. Soldiers does ID him clearly as well, and he's trying to find that angle onto him.
Pause being forced off, and the other part about this objective is there's not a lot of good coverage for defense. You have to rely on your teammates covering your backside. Like, Pause is completely exposed from the garage, but he's got teammates over there defending it, both Stragic and Smoils holding that, and they're actually mostly the weakest on the Hescos coming up through center.
Yeah, it's kind of I feel like it happens pretty often, right? On maps like Bazaar as well. Your center defense sometimes becomes the weakest. And if you just went right up the middle at to objective, you would have the easiest time. That's definitely the case here. And we saw it happen on Bazaar on Humvee objective. It can happen there too. So, yeah, it's... Again, what do the Raptors decide to do? Do they invest in challenging pause? It looks like they aren't going to.
Yeah, you're somewhere down here.
No, but it does look like they're going to challenge the garage. If you look at the overhead, we've got 2 in the tunnel. Don't know if they're going to come out the U tunnel or if they're going to go all the way to the garage. Rypick pre-firing the shack to make sure it's clear. 2 minutes, 50 seconds left on the clock. 10 people still alive.
Yeah, we're really seeing Raptors play the methodical style here too, and maybe beginners are reacting. Finally after 2 maps, they're starting to recognize the style here from Raptors. They don't get to play them. I don't think they've ever played them in the regular season, so they've never seen marksman or their ability to excel at range, and maybe they're starting to finally get a feel for how this Raptors team plays. And just in time, might I add. If they don't come back here and snag this map, they're out of it. They are in second place and done with their Season 11. So, a lot on the line here.
Smoils seeing the cross from Distorted, but not able to hit him, and then blowing his C4 a little early. Distorted knows someone had to have noticed that he's here.
Uh-oh. Pause goes down to Soldiers. That is their point in the south gone, and now their middle gets very weak. The other side here can really draw a lot of attention from Smoils and Strajac and keep this side weak. Masino catches out Smoils. Down he goes. Strajac now has to watch this. He can't afford to rotate back and support Killinger, who's getting pressured by the likes of Marksman. Killinger with a huge pickup, though. Shuts him down. He's then going to swing to the other side, where Rypick and Soldiers are crashing in. Rypick finds his kill. And in the meanwhile, on the opposite end of things, Strayjack goes down. The garage push, a success. It leaves just one left alive. IZ Woods, the 1v3 here. Are Raptors going for, do they go for a cap?
No, you get the kill. That's a forced rotation right there. And Raptors take it. They go for that kill. Now they defend this one. Maybe they have a better play or a better idea of what they want to do.
On defense, yeah, who knows? They have to now go and defend this objective, and they are, I can't believe it, a point away from taking this final. Sky, this has been a super exhilarating matchup to tune into today. Beginners not giving an inch, and Raptors giving it their all. Can Beginners bounce back here? They go on offense, and they have to lock in a Marsoc round.
This is definitely where Beginners come back on this map. I think, to your point earlier, the defense on this objective is just so difficult, and I think Beginners locking down that defense is great for them because now they go into an offensive leaning objective that now Raptors are pressured to defend. And locking that in, I think the Raptors are going to have a tough time here because this objective is all about reacting quickly to multiple angles.
Right.
And that's what Beginners do. That's their specialty, multiple angle attacks.
Very true. Let's see what kind of setup they can get for what could be the last round of Season 11 trip. It's been a long road to get us here. It has been fantastic play all across all across the 15 weeks of regular season. We've seen custom maps integrated, maps created by the community getting played in the competitive scene. We've seen new teams surge and old teams fall. And we are now looking at potentially one of those new teams, Raptors, locking in the grand finals, locking in that #1 spot in Season 11 and stamping their mark in VRML history as one of the freshest teams in a while to win one of these. I mean, I can't remember when we've had.
I think they're the only new team that's ever won a championship.
I think the newest team you'll have that's won a championship is like a team that was made in Season 6, you know? I don't think... Like Vikings, I think, won in Season 8.
Vikings went... I have all of them.
Or they went to the
Vikings
finals,
went,
at
but
least.
Beginners took it.
Okay, they went. Either way, a historic moment truly for VRML here. And I don't even know if Raptors realize it. I'm sure they're feeling the pressure. You know, on top of these incredible bragging rights that they'll have, they are also competing for a lot of cash. A lot of prizing that they have spent a lot of time competing for. And so it's just so much pressure that gets put on here. And Beginners are a team that will not give up. So again, we can't count them out. They managed to keep this close here. And to Sky's point, this is an objective that can be capped and is not hard, to defend. Easy to win on Marsoc.
Okay, so over here, we've got Rypick pushing out aggressively in the south.
Yeah.
West. And I wonder if they're going to be ready for his position. He needs to stop pushing, which he has, but he needs to stay. Now he's going up top. Oh, he's not looking the right way. Doesn't see Pause make that cross. Killinger may have seen him there. Rypick is so exposed right now.
Yeah, hard to miss. Killinger really gonna get close before he spots him. Pushing right up behind him. Rypick is still... I mean, the FOV isn't huge. He's tunneled in. Killinger never sees him. Rypick finds the kill. Now Pause is going to be coming in from the backside. Is he going to get here in time, or is Rypick going to be able to drop off?
Across, like I'm rotating.
He drops off. He's safe.
Is he? He's not safe yet? Oh, okay, he's not safe.
And Raptors kick off another round, and they're in the lane. Almost take out another one. Strayjack just barely crosses the lake. Rypick at the point almost gets two.
One is on the lake.
The call-outs from Rypick, let alone the kills, but the call-outs, maintaining that map knowledge. He's got 2 people pinned or positioned.
Pause is here waiting. Rypick's going to revisit the stairs, and Pause is going to have none of that. Rypick goes down and is kept to 1 kill. A super important pickup there from Pause. Rypick could have been a huge threat.
Yes.
We've got 2 in the tunnel. Beginners, Icy Woods and Smoils pushing that way. They did take shots on a Messino. They know he's there behind the Heskos. Very common position. The defensive position that I'm thinking might play out the most, unless he gets bypassed, is Distorted in the garage with that very far back passive defense. Now, it is going to be a 2-2 attack here. We got Beginners, Stragic and Pause coming from the twin hangars.
Whoa. Distorted's pushing. He's going to try and pop out the backside of this offense here. And Smoil seems to be somewhat wary of it, but Distorted is committing to a huge flank here, so far away from objective.
This is going to be a great play here.
Wow. Catches out Smoils. Beginners down to 3. Woods now has to be concerned about the tunnel approach, and if Distorted continues to push up, yeah, it could be bad. Distorted, not ready for Woods, tucked into the corner. Woods doesn't land the shots. He's going to fly up top, and the trade comes through. He's resable. Raptors lose another, so they are down to 3.
There's no way that res comes out. They're
Right.
across the map with a minute 15 left. All he can do is give call-outs potentially, but he's behind a rock, so I don't know how much he can see. And Raptors, yeah, looking good, 3 up. The pick from Distorted, it could have just backed off at that point. It seemed super aggressive to continue pushing that. What is on the line, but Pause goes down. Smoke in hand, Marksman gets him.
Big pickup. It's all up to Strayjack here. Raptors with 3 alive are almost locking this in. Strayjack has to win this. He has to find Masono, Soldiers, 40 seconds. Time going to be an element for him. Is he going to go for the res? No, he doesn't. He decides to commit forward and push towards objective. Takes shots in, can't find him. Masono goes down, doesn't win it. Soldiers finds it up over the top. Raptors are our Season 11 champions. They have defeated the one of the most storied teams in the VR Master League. Raptors, I can't believe they just managed to do that. What did we just watch, Trip?
I don't know. Raptors, is it playstyle? Is it just that Raptors playstyle does not go well up against the beginners? Can they just not handle that?
It's their. We got to look back at the score line here. We don't even get down to the 3rd map, Trip. This was Kesney's prediction. He said Raptors in 3. I laughed at it. I thought there's no way. Beginners are not a team that's going to let 3 maps go unanswered. There's just not a chance. But it happens here in our finals for Season 11. Just a incredible performance from Raptors, truly. I think that's what it comes down to. Raptors came in today, Trip, and they played on point. They came to compete.
They absolutely did. We saw just amazing plays. A little bit too much aggression at the end there. Definitely riskier plays. Having that map padding, though, allowing that, that doesn't happen in a regular season match, right? Mm-hmm. So that's something that's unique to finals. You can't have a 2-map pad, which then allows you to play entirely differently than you would normally do.
It's been a long time since we have seen an NA team win a finals. It has been a while since we've seen beginners lose a finals. I don't know if ever they've lost a finals, but what a insane road this has been for our postseason in Season 11. Sky, let me get your thoughts, your final thoughts on what was a fantastic finale here to this season.
You know, I'm pretty sure my neighbors are a little bit concerned by all the noise that has been coming out of me these past 2 days. Oh my goodness. Even leading up to this, and then to be here right now to witness this, it is just mind-boggling to be a part of this history. I mean, that's what this is. This is Onward history that has just been made.
They're an inspiration story to anybody new. If you're tuning in here today and thinking, I should join the VRML next season, do it. You could be a champion in 1 to 2 seasons' time. Raptors formed in Season 10. They have won Season 11. They are a great example that while the game is incredibly competitive, if you come in and dedicate the time and focus, there's room for anybody to compete at a high level. It is just up to the player and up to their skill level, right? I mean, it takes a lot of elements. It takes the team coordination, the dedication, the shooting. There's so many factors to a top-tier team winning, and Raptors brought all of it here today and deserved all 3 of those map wins against beginners. They were hard-fought and hard-earned, but what a great series to tune in here to today. And I'm sure everybody at home enjoyed it quite a bit. A reminder of what these teams were competing for and what they go home with. A hefty prize pool provided by our incredibly generous sponsors. A shout out to the ever-growing list. We hope to add more on to this sponsor list. So maybe if you are an interested sponsor, reach out. But B-Haptics, ProTube VR, and I want to talk about all of these. We got to touch up on all of these products before we go. B-Haptics, the full haptic feedback vest. You can feel the impact of the bullets on your chest. ProTube VR, the mount that stabilizes your aim. It connects to your shoulder. Trip, you have a ProTube. It's something that you got to use if you want to stabilize your aim at range.
Yeah, it's super helpful. I've gone on and off. I've freehanded a lot, and I've got the ProTube, and I use both. Different strokes for different folks, but I use both. It depends on how I'm feeling, how I want to play, if I want to be fast or if I want to be steady. Especially with the Quest, it helps a lot.
Yeah, it is a great tool to stabilize aim. In addition, they have the haptic feedback mount, so you can actually feel the impact of the bullets on your shoulder. That's going to add to that B-Haptic vest if you have that on already. On top of that, you have Cyber Shoes, which simulate running in real life and translate it to running in game. So if you want to really get the full immersion package, that's going to be the trio that you need. On top of that, obviously you're going to get the VR cover to help give you the most comfortable headset. I have one. It's the first thing I buy when I get if I get a new headset. Trip, you're a VR cover user as well. They're great. They instantly enhance the comfort. I would say like 5 times.
I actually don't have one. I'm not the person that has one. I forget who it was.
It was Sky on here. I have one as well, but yeah, they instantly enhance the comfort right away. You could have lied, Trip, but it's okay. I appreciate the honesty out of you. Also, HyperX coming in with the headsets. They were here giving on the giveaways. Trip's wearing one. I'm wearing one. The HyperX Quadcast RGB S right here on display. You've heard its quality. It is good. I recommend it to anybody that wants to pick it up. You can use our HyperX code as well, as you see scrolling across the bottom of your screen in the intermissions. It'll get you, I believe, 20% off. So yeah, if you want to, be sure to use that code if you're going to pick up any HyperX gear. Also, Arma, one of our other sponsors, they obviously provide the jerseys that you see here today. They provide the custom jerseys to our champions, and I think they are making more designs for VRML. So if you want to check out some more clothing options for VRML, you can head over there. Speaking of clothing, VRWear provides some fantastic VRML merch. They've been coming out with a bunch of new designs, new color schemes. Please go check out vrwear.com. They have a link for their store on our website if you want to get your hands on some cool VRML merch that isn't a jersey specific from to the league. It is really cool stuff. Sweatshirts, water bottles, like all sorts of different kinds of VRML branded stuff you can pick up over at VRWear, on top of a bunch of other great clothing options. So I highly recommend you check that out. And then finally, Rebuff Reality, providing you with all kinds of different battery packs, all sorts of peripherals for your mobile headset or your one at connected to your PC. With all of those sponsors, oh, how could I forget? VRML also coming out to help provide prizes to the prize pool. And last but not least, one of the most important and largest contributors to the league as a sponsor, Downpour Interactive. They help us run we wouldn't have a league without them. They designed the game and provide us with a great competitive space to play in. They support the league all the way through and through, and we really appreciate them as a sponsor coming in and helping us put together a great offering of cash and hardware alike. Raptors are going away with $5,000 in cash from our sponsors. 6 HyperX Cloud Mix headsets, VR cover kits, a TaxSuit X40 and an X16, and personalized Arma jerseys. They have won a significant chunk of change here today, and they got something to celebrate tonight, that is for sure. I got nothing else, though. I think that's it for us here on the desk. It has been a 5-hour day of what has been a stellar season finals, a really great bronze matchup leading in to a surprise win from Raptors, at least for me. I thought we were going to go to 5, or at least beginners were going to get a map, but wow.
I don't know if we've done a 3-map final.
We've always gotten to at least 4?
Yeah.
Interesting.
No, season 7 beginners boss fight.
Yeah,
beginners took 3.
Okay, I thought there had been 1. There was at least I remember there was 1 being pretty quick. But still, I think that's going to be it from us here on the desk. My name has been Nightfire with 2 E's. My co-casters Trip, the Sky Joker, Kesney, and Theta joining us for the bronze matchup. And a shout out to all of those tuning in across all of the different platforms, venues, Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. We do this all for you, and we appreciate you. Be sure to follow this channel if you're interested in esports, as there may be some Echo Arena coming up later tonight on VR Master League on Twitch and on venues if you do want to catch more esports action as we go into a Onward off-season. You can always do that and catch that live right here on this channel and on venues, so keep an eye out for more action coming at you in the weekends to come. But that's it from us. We will see you all next season. Until then, stay classy.